10, 11, 12. Oh, I just heard.
Check 1, 2.
In the sandhills of North Carolina, where towering pines frame fairways and golf history lives in every contour, a timeless test awaits. Mid-Pines Golf Club, a masterpiece of legendary architect Donald Ross, has challenged generations of players with its rolling terrain, strategic angles, and some of the most iconic greens in the game. Just minutes from Pinehurst, in one of the most historic landscapes in American golf, the next generation arrives. 20 collegiate programs from across the country gather for one of the largest fields in college golf, each chasing momentum as the season begins to take shape. Precision, patience, and the creativity demanded by classic Ross design. From featured holes that reward the bold, to featured groups battling through every subtle break and bunker, every shot matters, and every moment is here. Welcome to the Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. All the action starts now on Babygrande Golf.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the cradle of golf in America. Of course, you know it as Pinehurst, and we are at the historic Mid-Pines, which is just a stone's throw from those other famous courses that you're so familiar with. And we are so happy to have you here at this amazingly beautiful location for the 2026 Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate. 20 teams are in the field here this week, and we are all set to have you covered for rounds number 2 today and round number 3 coming up tomorrow. Now, our coverage today will be coming to you from the par 3 13th and then the shorter par 4 14th. As we said, 20 teams, 90 players, all vying for this championship at such a historic course. The weather right now is perfect. There's not a cloud in the sky. Temperatures will reach right around 85, and at the moment there's no wind. None really expected, potentially later on in the afternoon, but right now this golf course is very, very gettable. Tomorrow for round number 3, the weather will be the same, but we're going to see gusts kicking in right around 15 miles an hour. We've got some fun stuff for you here today, so make sure you stay with us as we bring you this round 2 coverage. We have Sara Diaz with us. She'll be over on hole number 13 covering that par 3. I'll be with you at 14 green covering all the action here as the teams begin to play through. Now, interestingly enough, despite the size of this field, they are playing in foursomes today. So play a little bit slower than maybe you would expect in a collegiate event. And right away on round number 2, these pins are in a dangerous and tucked position. Can't wait to show you the diabolical spot that the pin is in here on number 14. We've got features for you today as well throughout the broadcast, and some amazing looks at this Donald Ross golf course, including overheads of each of these holes. Let's get you started right now. Our action begins on hole number 14, the par 4. Here's a look at what it looks like from above and a description of this classic Donald Ross hole.
The 14th hole is a beautifully balanced par 4 measuring 361 yards that highlights the natural contours of the property. The tee shots play into a fairway that subtly bends through the landscape, encouraging players to find the proper angle into the green. The approach leads to a Ross green protected by bunkers and surrounding slopes that repel slightly mishit shots. It's a hole that rewards precision and thoughtful shot selection.
Okay, so as we get you set for action here on 14, we mentioned there's a few gaps in play as they spaced them out a little bit more here at the Donald Ross Collegiate. But a look at the individual leaderboard currently as day number 2 underway, and it is Pedro Garcia of Bowling Green currently sitting at 6 under. He's through 5 today. Yesterday was 4 under. Today sitting at 2 under. The clubhouse leader yesterday was CJ Winchenbaugh out of Georgetown. He finished around at 6 under, a perfect scorecard. He doesn't tee off for another 20 minutes at 12:35, and then it's Lucas Rizzo Patron of Richmond. That team's currently on absolute rock star pace. He is also sitting at 5 under. Tees off in one of those last groups at 12:35 as well. A handful of players sitting at 4 under and a handful sitting at 3 under as well. Let's take a look over now at the team leaderboard, and it is been tight through round number 1. Richmond sitting at 10 under currently. They are even on the day today, but the big story is the push of George Washington, the host of this event. They are doing just some amazing things. They are 7 under right now, 3 yesterday, 4 on the day today, making an absolute push. And of course, the host of the event, George Mason, they're hanging in there as well. They're currently sitting down at 1 under on the day, and they are 5 under currently. All right. Well, you had a good look at this golf course. And the pin positions here today are really going to be what's tricky. And the pin on 14, oh, goodness gracious. It's interesting, to say the least. It's currently 10 steps on the front, okay? But it's 5 off the left. And where it gets tricky is that classic Donald Ross, right? He's got everything sloping back towards you and, of course, protected by bunkers. So when you get a look at this green, that pin is in just like the very smallest of flat spots possible. You want to take
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Short-sided, not ideal. That bunker off to the left-hand side of 14 green, very tricky to get in and out of. Now, there's one on the right side as well, but if you find yourself in that, you've made a very big error today, because that pin is just about as close to the left side of this green that you could possibly get. Now, we will bring in our Sara Diaz shortly. She'll be over on hole number 13. We saw some great opportunities over there yesterday. Goodness, there were 2 or 3 chances at a birdie, and we're going to have to keep an eye on that. The pin position plays tougher. Saw 2 just roll over the hole for potential hole-in-ones. So, as I said earlier, this golf course is super, super tricky. Now, the group that we have coming up here on 14 is Jacob Sutter of Old Dominion, Nathaniel Gray Lamont of Ohio University, Ben Sheridan of Robert Morris University, and Preston Burton at the College of William and Mary. And next to play is Preston Burton of William and Mary. He's a junior out of Charlottesville, ranked 438th collegiate career best, 18 holes, 67, 54, 211. During his sophomore season, he finished 3rd on the team in scoring average at 74.82. Played all 29 rounds and posted a team high 28 counting scores. All right, so everybody away off the tee box here and making their way to this very sloping fairway. Nice hole. Most of the time, I think you're going to see these players play less than driver. The longer off the tee, actually, the worse position that you end up finding yourself at, because at about 270 yards, it slopes down to an elevated green, and that's a tricky hole here. So you got to try to land it in the flat. So long, not necessarily good here over on 14. Long on 13, also dangerous, and don't go long on 13, because that's where our Sara Diaz is standing by. Let's go check in with her. Sara?
Yes, Nick, please do not go over because I'm standing right here and I would be a target. Listen, I'm not surprised that the Richmond Spiders are leading the way. They're fresh off a win. It was a record setting week for the Spiders. This was at Loyola Intercollegiate. And now they're leading the way 10 under par. And listen, it's a gorgeous day. The team went under. The individuals did too. And so I'm guessing that with these Bermuda grainy greens, there's going to be plenty of opportunities for birdie. But listen, this is not going to be one of them. Hole 13 is the most challenging hole in the entire course, mainly because of the length. It's playing 242. These guys are hitting 3-iron, 4-iron. And so getting on the green be just fine. A par here will feel like a birdie. We're going to get you out to the action soon here, but I just want to let you know that where I'm standing right now, it's not a bad place to be. The challenge here is that the grass is growing against your club, and so you could have the club face just not be able to brush the grass like it needs to be. The best place, like we said, is the center green. Left of the green, one bad hop and you could be in a really dangerous spot. Back of the green would be great, but you gotta be able to watch out for these bunkers right here. So let's get you to some action, guys.
All right, so our guys getting ready to hit here in the fairway, and everybody has played this one very intelligently, finding themselves right in the middle, exactly where they want to be to this elevated green, and they find themselves in that flat spotted, pardon me, that I was telling you about. First up to play, it's going to be Nathaniel Gray Lamont from Ohio. This pin is left. What we've seen so far is everybody just kind of spinning it in. He's the number one player for these guys. Out of Guelph, Ontario, competed 10 times for the Bobcats, including at the MAC Championship last season. All right, that's a great shot. That's exactly where you want to be. It's a little bit of a downhill putt, but about as flat as you're going to find it here on this golf course right now. So you can't complain too much about that. So a nice play by Nathaniel Gray Lamont. Ohio has one of the more established golf traditions in the MAC Conference, the Mid-American Conference. 18 MAC championships in program history. Long competitiveness within the conference. Beautiful shot here. That is Sheridan. All right, and a very similar shot that we saw from Lamont. So smart play there. And you don't have to get creative here. You really just have to put it in a safe spot. Jacob Sutter, Old Dominion. Good strike at it here. That's a full wedge for him. We were talking about that earlier. Also great. Perfectly right aboard. Now here's where the trouble starts to come in. Preston Burton. Ben Sheridan off over in the pine straw. And everybody making their way up to the green. Pretty solid and safe.
You can go out into the fairway. You should be going out into the fairway and being behind it. Thank you.
All right, so 4 golf shots all aboard and a couple of good looks at birdie. These are scoreable holes, 13 and 14. So a real unique opportunity to make some hay kind of sort of midway through your round. 15 starts to get a little tricky. 16 is tricky, and 18 is a beautiful finishing hole that's going to play very tough. All right, as these guys get ready
Welcome
to putt,
back
we'll
to
head
hole
it up.
number 13. All right, we've got St. Joseph's University, George Mason University, Townsend University, and University of St. Thomas, Minnesota. You know, a lot of these teams really haven't been able to get it out due to the weather. It's been very cold where their schools are at. So for many of them, it's their first time out. All right, from off the green. The putter here is a good choice. We saw some players earlier try to hit a wedge. It's just a very difficult shot. Oh, just a little bump there. Gotta get it to the hole. Again, guys, par is a very good score here. We also see Coach Mike Larkin from Townsend University. Had a chance to talk to him yesterday. If you haven't seen our interviews, they're all at our social channels, Babygrande Golf. And this is the Babygrande Golf Donald Ross Collegiate. This is our tournament, and we're so excited to be here. Gotta put a good stroke here, good pace. This is gonna break to the left. Oh, a little too much gas on that one. All right, we're going to head over to Nick, hole number 14.
All right, so a couple of birdie putts on tap right now, and it'll begin with Ben Sheridan of Robert Morris University. This is for a 2, downhill putt, a little bit left to righter, and you know what? He knew that he didn't hit that well after he struck it, so that'll come up a little bit short, and a smidge of a tester left for par there for Ben Sheridan of RMU. Jacob Sutter of Old Dominion will be next to play. Had an opportunity to catch up with him, and he's out of the Czech Republic, sophomore, big hockey fan. This is for Birdie. Sutter, oh, just off to the left-hand side, but it'll be a tap-in par for him. So it's a tap-in par for Jacob Sutter. All right, so a par for Sutter of ODU. Big hockey fan. We were talking about that just the other day. Always fun to chop it up a little bit. This is Preston Burton for his birdie attempt. Burton, 4-3, and everybody coming up just a little bit short, just a smidge shy, so a tap-in par. So no blood so far here at 14. As it will be Ben Sheridan to tap in a little bit of a tester, about a 3-footer. Got it. Nice and easy. So a par there. And just a little work left to do for Nathaniel Gray Lamont. Nothing to that one. Pars around the board here for this 4 as they head to 15.
All right, so we just had these four guys hit, and I didn't know this was possible, but the trees on the left-hand side can actually be apparently, an obstacle. We saw a player pull it to the left. Unfortunately, it hit the tree, dropped down. I see it on the dirt car path. The other three balls, one's really close to us behind the green, and the other one, it seems like it just went into the bunker on the right-hand side of the green. We're looking at David from George Mason University, Noah Melter, St. Joseph's University, Jai Sheth, Townsend University, and Gavin from University of St. Thomas, Minnesota. Beautiful day out here in the 13th hole. Practically no wind, playing 242. Like we said, these guys are hitting probably 3 iron, 4 iron. It was the hardest hole last year, and it remains the hardest hole this year. We got a pin that is 26 paces on, six from the left, excuse me. And you have a slope that is about 10 paces on from the front of the green. Most of these guys, they could either carry their bag or push a cart. And it's interesting, guys, because I played college golf. And in high school, it wasn't really cool to carry your bag. But in college, once you started playing 36 and 8, man, your back and your knees and everything hurts. So I'm surprised that these guys are not using more of those push carts. Most of them are carrying the bag. This is a tournament of 1818. By the way, the course is absolutely beautiful. It's so green compared to last year. And that's because they overseeded this with rat. All right. So we see the player who pulled his shot. He's going to make sure he can look at the green. All right, and we'll pause here and go to 14 with my partner.
All right, so the group of George Williamson Jr. of St. Joseph, Felipe Crone of George Mason, Adam Green of Towson University, and Jesse Hand of the University of St. Thomas, Minnesota, make their way to the fairway here on number 14. Everybody playing this one smart. Big key here today, and we're going to talk about this a lot. Don't have to hit driver here. There's so many holes here at Mid Pines that don't require driver. And during the practice round, we talked to a lot of these players, and the move was to hit long irons or a 3-wood off of the tee here, because when you really look at it, you really only need to hit the ball about 250 yards, 270 max, and that leaves you a good 100 yards into a green. So for most of these players, it turns out to be a full wedge for them. If you play it up on that left-hand side, you find yourself in a little bit of trouble, because the one thing here about mid-pines, well, they have a lot of pines, and they hang out over those greens. So that's a bit of a problem. It takes off your angle, especially with a very left pin here. So it's always about strategy and making a smart play here. George Williamson, he's going to play first. A freshman in business from Skysville, Maryland. A little bit too much, and you need more than that, right? Because it's Donald Ross, so of course it's a false front, so that's going to fall back and trickle down into the fairway. It'll just be on that front fringe there, so got away with it. Adam Green of Townsend. All right, well, same problem. Not enough club and too much spin. So that'll be a very tricky couple of birdie putts for the first two in this group. And now a very tough shot from the Pines straw for Felipe Crone. He's got to turn this ball around. Got it moving a little bit. It's got to go. And once again, tough to control it out of that that pine straw on that left-hand side, and that'll hit the front of that false front and kind of trickle back a bit as well. And Jesse Hand next to play. He's in perfect position for a left-hand pin. Does not have to overthink this shot. Does not have to put too much spin on it. This is very, very straightforward. Just get it over that false front and let it filter down left to the hole. That's it. Oh gosh, if he just wouldn't have put so much spin on it. He put that about pin high, but it has spun all the way back down and off the false front. Not exactly what you want to see there.
Guys in Denver.
All right, guys, we're on 13 green. This is Jai Sheth, Townsend University. All of the other guys have hit their second shot. Jai was the player that pulled his tee shot, hit the tree, but now it's
All right, so everybody has found their way kinda to the green here on 14, but everybody playing this one just a little too short, so a couple of interesting birdie putts and maybe a chip at it, depending on if that shot ended up off the backhand side. So let's see here. Jesse Hand gonna take a good look at his. Everybody on the front of this very false front green, and that's the trick with Donald Ross. Tries to put you in a good spot, but man, I'll tell you, just a couple tricky positions here. Be interesting to see if the one that rolled off the front is a chip. I think everybody trying to decide who plays first here, and I believe it'll be Felipe Crone going with the putter. Big uphill, got to get it going, and then it's going to come down into the right. That's a pretty good attempt at it. Decent look left there for a par. Jesse Hand will be next to play. Well, Jesse Hand one of the great players, and my mistake. It will actually be Adam Green to play next from Townsend, sophomore from Freeland, Maryland. He competed in 15 rounds of play this season, averaging a 77.47. Shot a collegiate career low 72 in round 2 of the Golden Horseshoe Intercollegiate. That was about a year ago. George Williamson Jr. with a long attempt for birdie. Oh, that's going to come up just a bit short on the left-hand side for a tap-in par. All right, we're going to head back to Sara on 13 tees. Sara?
What's going on, everybody? George Mason University, St. Joseph's University, Townsend University, and University of St. Thomas, Minnesota. You know, a few holes ago, we saw a couple of bogeys, a few pars. I've only seen one birdie, and that was if you the pin. That guy left it about a foot short. This one heading to the right. Oh, looks like it's going to be in the bunker. You know, it's tricky over there. You've got a bunker, but you also have a native area right above it. I'll tell you a little bit more about that ruling in a second. It was an interesting one. A lot of native areas over here with waste bunkers. All right. I'll tell you who these players just a second. 3 of these gentlemen in the group decided to wear a gray shirt. Oh my God, this was excellent. Yes, great shot. Beautifully done. That's exactly what you want to do. This is going to be a birdie opportunity for them. It's going to feel even better here at the most challenging hole. Playing in foursomes today. If there's a tie, then the 5th score will determine who that winner is. Ball in the air. Looks like it's going to be safely on the center of the green. Great job. Yep, that's what you want. This is a Donald Ross course, all right? One of the key distinctions of the greens is that they're like turtlebacks, right? So just a miss, a slight miss, and you'll be off the green. But we have 3 balls at stake.
On 14, and everybody in pretty good position. A couple of pars here on 14 as that first group coming through moves off. And that brings up David Fuhrer of George Mason University, Noah Moulter of St. Joseph's University, Jai Sheth of Towson University, and Gavin Newkirk of the University of St. Thomas, Minnesota. Those guys are all off the tee and making their way here to the fairway in number 14. Everybody in pretty good shape. Not a hard hole. I mean, the trouble really starts to come into play when it's on the left and the right, but it doesn't have to be a big shot on 14. It's pretty straightforward. It's a nice hole. Like we've been saying, don't need driver the whole time. A lot of these players during the practice round were taking irons off the tee. It's classic Donald Ross golf, though, right? So it's a lot of fairway bunkers on the right-hand side. It's a lot of pine straw on the left. It's a lot of overhanging trees. So if you're playing this the smart way, you're putting it in the middle of the fairway. Easier said than done, I understand. But especially on 13 and 14 here today, these are gettable golf holes that you don't really have to overthink, and that's where Donald Ross will get you, especially when it comes to the greens. False fronts, not easy bunkers. Quite simply on this hole, on your second shot, hit the green. They're trying to push you to that Sunday pin on the left-hand side, and it's just so difficult to get to, and it teases you. The problem that we're seeing here today is a lot of spin and a lot of balls that are coming off the green as this foursome makes their way here to the middle of the fairway. And pretty much everybody in good shape. I don't think that anybody has gotten into too much trouble. All right, well, we told you we've got a bunch of fun features, and one of the best is checking out what's in some of these players' bag. They love talking about it. Have a look.
Alrighty, so starting off, 2-iron. Just got the U505 with the Motus shaft. Love this thing. My go-to, trying to hit a fairway. not confident with a tighter fairway ahead.
So, Christian, on a golf course like this, have you, okay, you're on hole, let's see, 13 here. Have you pulled much driver out of the bag today?
I've pulled a lot of driver.
Okay.
The fairways are a little bit wider here,
Okay.
which is nice, and I'm confident with the driver. I like a wedge in,
Okay.
preferably.
Okay, full wedge.
Absolutely.
Okay,
yeah.
okay. All right, so 2 irons up top. We'll go to the other woods here in a second, but take me through what we're going irons-wise, starting with you got a 4 through.
Yeah, 4 through gap wedge.
Okay.
I have in the T150s Modus shaft as well. The new Titleist. I love Titleist irons. I think they make the best stuff, and that's what I've been using. They're actually pretty recent. I've been using them for about 8 months now. So
I was going to ask, how often do you switch them?
Switch. I used irons all through freshman to junior year, and now
Okay.
I'm a senior, and I upgraded finally.
Okay, and then how about, let's talk wedges.
Absolutely, yeah. So I have the SM10s. Eventually, I'm gonna have to get these upgraded, but they're
Okay.
doing well still. Getting my spin.
And what do you got, 60, 48?
I go. This actually bent to 51.
Okay.
So gap wedge is 51, and then I have 56 at 60. Yep.
Always chipping with the 60?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Most of the time, for sure. If I have to run one in, there's a lot of shots where you might be kind of bumping one into a hill here, so I'll
Okay.
pull out that 56. I can trust that it'll kind of release for me.
Okay. And then what do we got up top here?
Up top, so
Yeah, I
yeah.
love the shout out to the Dormy Network.
Absolutely.
By the way.
We
Let's
love the
go.
Dormy
Let's
Network.
go, boys.
Absolutely. So I'm rocking the AI Smoke Paradigm
Okay.
Callaway. Yeah, I gotta hook up with this. I started using it. I loved it
Yeah.
so far. So
A lot
I've
of
been
good
using
reviews
this.
on the Smoke. The new one, the Quantum's getting a lot of reviews
Yeah.
too, but the Smoke's a favorite.
Absolutely. No, I love this one. I can't get rid of it. And then, funny enough, I'm still
Yeah, you said
rocking
an old
an
Smoke
old
driver.
sim
Oh,
driver. Yeah, with
wow.
an old hazardous jab. I'm waiting for it to. So I actually had 2 heads of sim. One of them cracked, and I'm still rocking this guy. It hit it straight. I'm confident with it, and
Wear pattern is pretty impressive. Center of the face, which gets some use.
yeah, exactly. I don't know how much longer I got in this guy,
All
but
right.
try to at least a couple more events.
Let it hang in there for a few.
Absolutely. Yep.
And then lastly, let's talk about the putter.
Yeah, so the putter's like a PJ's Tour Superstore. Just picked her up. I wish I could even tell you the name of it.
Wow. Lead tape.
I love
on
it. I love it.
Grip forever.
Absolutely. My roommates call it the Oreo, but I make a lot of putts with it. So
Yeah,
what are you gonna do?
It's money then. It's a favorite
Exactly.
cookie, by the way. Best cookie on the planet. Nothing better than an Oreo.
I agree.
Well, that's awesome. Is there
Absolutely.
anything crazy in the bag?
I
Like
wish I
anything
had.
superstitious?
Not
No?
really. No.
Okay, no, that's all right.
Not too superstitious. Kind of just average golf bag.
Well, listen, enjoy the rest of your senior
Absolutely.
year.
Appreciate
Can't
it.
thank you enough.
Thank you.
Good
Great
luck.
meeting you.
You
Yeah,
too.
thank you.
Couple of beauties so far here on the 14th, and one more to play. Glad to have you along here on Babygrande as we bring you coverage of the Donald Ross Collegiate from Mid-Pines. David Fuhrer from George Mason. And safely aboard just ahead of that false front with let's call it 3 decent looks at birdie. I'd be putting that 4th one off to the left-hand side. Tough green complex here today. Gosh, don't we know that's the case with Donald Ross. False fronts, bunkers. That pin position tomorrow for the final round will be tucked along this right-hand side. And there's just a little bit of a tricky green here. Well, as these guys get all set to go here on the green at 14, let's take a look at this hole from above.
The 14th hole is a beautifully balanced par 4 measuring 361 yards that highlights the natural contours of the property. The tee shots play into a fairway that subtly bends through the landscape, encouraging players to find the proper angle into the green. The approach leads to a Ross green protected by bunkers and surrounding slopes that repel slightly mishit shots. It's a hole that rewards precision and thoughtful shot selection.
All right, so Josh Sheth of Towson finds himself off the green. Beautiful shot, pin high. Just, he's in that first cut. So he's got to figure out if he wants to putt this or chip. It's got putter in hand, but he's He's talking to his head coach, Michael Larkin, and they're discussing this quite intently right now. Sheth is the senior out of Elkridge, Maryland. Competed in 12 rounds of play this season, averaging a 75-1-7. Shot 2 under par rounds this season. Both of them in the Rutherford Intercollegiate in April, 69 and a 70 in that final round. All right, so this will be Larkin. Coach Larkin over there holding the flag. This is Sheth for birdie. Oh, gosh. How did Sheth do that? Oh, I thought he had it. Tap in par from that position. Not bad. Coach Mike Larkin said, yeah, you're good. Nothing more you could do there, bud. Pretty good attempt at it. Another quick look at it. Oh, and he almost had it. Almost. Oh, so close. All right, so this will be Noah Moulter, next to play from St. Joseph's University. This is for birdie. Oh, just short as well. That moves a little bit more right. Tough to gauge that speed, a little bit up and down, or so a par there. Gavin Newkirk will be next to play from St. Thomas, Minnesota, the junior. He competed in 9 events, averaged 75-3 over 27 rounds of play. Season best 14th for birdie. This one's going to curve left. Go! Thought he had it. Tap in par. And David Fuhrer of George Mason to clean his up from Pittsburgh. 4th best stroke average on the team at 75-78. Low round 68 in his first collegiate tournament at Howard Invitational. Nothing to this. Best shot. This was a good one from the fairway. Has this for birdie. And he got it. Nicely done. So our first birdie of the day here on number 14, and everybody in good shape. All right, well, let's get you caught up on where everybody is in this golf tournament here in round number 2, and we'll start by taking a look at the individual leaderboard as it stands, and a big thanks to our friends over at Scoreboard, powered by Clipped, and it continues to be Pedro Garcia, who remains through 7 at 4 under, 2 under on the day. Lucas Rizzo Patron, currently sitting at 6 under. CJ Winchenbaugh, who came into the day as the leader, just getting underway, currently finds himself at 6 under as well. Couple players down at 4 under. Michael Matheson of Towson, the only player in 4th right now, at 5 under. And as I said, 3 currently sitting at 4 under as play continues here in round number 2 from Mid-Pines. Just quickly update you here on the team situation. We talked about George Washington at the start of the show, about them starting to charge, and they certainly have. 7 under today to put them in a share of the lead at 10 under. Felipe Thorne, 3 under. Adam Bensick, 2 under. Emmanuel Barbachano, 2 under. Maxime Lamb, even. And score they're not counting, Evan Elchinlob, also currently at even. So George Washington making a charge. And of course, our other hole that we're taking a look at today is number 13, the par 3. Here's a look from above.
The 13th hole is the longest par 3 on the course at 216 yards, and it is one of the most demanding tests. That tee shot must carry a significant distance to reach the green, which is set within a dramatic natural setting of sand and pine. Bunkers guard the putting surface and create a narrow target from the tee. With its length and exposed position, wind often becomes a factor here. Par is always a welcome score.
All right, everybody, and we ran into a little bit of trouble. It is a senior Christian Matt whose ball we're looking for, St. Joseph's University. We've got a whole crew looking out for the ball. Usually with these pine needles and pine cones, they don't tend to be a problem. As a matter of fact, the ball kind of tends to sit up and you can easily hit it, but he hit the tree, it came down. There's some native areas going on. You got some really dry spots where those trying to figure out what the situation is going to be. Made a decision because and see going to be very, very tough shot over the bunker, and after you hit the bunker, that green is going to slope towards the back, so it's all about precision here and feel. Gonna have yards. We got no balls on the green with this group. Wind is starting to blow a little bit. All right, VJ Powell from Georgia University just hit. Cozied up to the flag. He will mark that ball and wait for Christian to hit. All right, here it comes. Oh, what a great sit. All right, really, that's all you can do. I mean, he bounced it in a great location. That ball was going to release, and now it's in the back of the green. He'll have to get up and down for bogey. Townsend seems to be ready to go. Ariha Fana. And he's in that, it looks like in the native area. I can see his feet standing in the bunker. He's shrugging his shoulders. All right, University of St. Thomas. Just went. Nicely done from in front of the green. Now, Mr. Fana. Okay, it looks like he is in the bunker. He's not ground.
I don't know if you can see it, but you can smell it. And in the air, there's this haze, and perhaps it's just some folks burning leaves, but a little bit of that campfire-y smell and smoke wisping through the pines here in North Carolina at the Donald Ross Collegiate, adding a whimsical sense. Love me a little campfire smell. Just hope it's not something critical on fire. The give and take. Glad to have you along here as the group of Uzair Mirza of George Mason University Michael Henry Jr. of St. Joseph's University, Sky Ong of Townsend University, and Owen Rexing of the University of St. Thomas, Minnesota. Find their way to the fairway, but a couple in a little bit of trouble off on that right-hand side. And they found the Donald Ross pine straw. Sky Ong of Towson University in a little bit of a tricky spot. I can't completely tell what his lie looks like, but he's definitely off into that pine straw on the left-hand side. The junior #1 player for them. Competed in all 27 rounds of play this season, average about a 74.41. The lowest on the team for the second consecutive season. Shot a collegiate low, 67 during round 2 of the Pseudo Cup, and now has a very tricky shot out of a bit of a mess on that right-hand side.
Don't be afraid to tell me there, dude. You can tell me that.
All right, let's see if Ong can get himself out of this predicament. He's not going to be able to control that ball, and he's going to need to try to land it on the green and spin this. That has come out hot. That's got to sit. That has got to sit. Ooh. Oh, no. Not a good situation. He's in the bunker just beyond the green, and that is a fried egg. So a tricky shot to a trickier shot. And that's not gonna be great. He's not gonna love that. All right, so Ong not going to like what he's got. Let's see what Michael Henry Jr. can do from position alpha in the fairway here. Oh, doesn't like that. Caught that heavy. Oh, great. What a great shot. How does he not like that? That is perfect. Absolutely beautiful. Puts himself in a great position. So Towson gonna have to figure out his situation. VJ Powell will have a look at Birdie. Look at this shot. Put the spin on it. Brought it right back to the hole. That's just about as good as a tap-in birdie as you could possibly get. It's going to be this chip shot up on the top of the hill that's going to cause some issues. It'll be next to play. I would putt that. And he's going to. Well, that would be the smart decision. Well, Owen Rexing is going to take a good look at this one. It's a downhill, drastically downhill putt, but he's going to have to just kind of get it to that hill and get it going, and it's going to want to move a ton left on him here. Go. That's got to go. Got to go. All right, I mean, listen, not a bad attempt. You've got that left for a par. You're probably in pretty good shape. Not overthinking that one. All right, Sky Ong from Towson. That ball is a fried egg. That is a tough shot and a false front. Wow, okay, so he is going to play this to his right, which is on the left side of the green. He's going to try to land it in the rough. And off down the hill will it come down? Oh, I mean, I don't know what else you do with that. There's not much else he could have possibly have done there. So from bunker to bunker, and he'll have a little bit of a tricky downhill putt through that rough. Just a little bit of bad luck for Skyong. Let's take one more look at this. Tough lie. Tried to play it off that back slope. Knew he wasn't going to be able to get it in the air. Yep, and then just off the hill, and it didn't roll all the way down. Oh. Incredible putt and a great look at Birdie. George Mason and just trying to get it going for Uzair Mirza. He'll take that tap in par, but what a great look at Birdie for him from over there. One more look. Had the line, just a little bit misjudged on the pace. So Skyong found himself off to the right in the pine straw on his tee shot. Put his second in the bunker, his third on the back of the hill. So a lot to ask for a par on this downhill putt off of the fringe. Yeah, I mean, frustrated and overthinking will lead to a bogey, most likely here for Ong. He's got to settle himself and just tap that one in and stop the bleeding at a bogey. Owen Rexing for his par. Got it. No problem there for the University of St. Thomas, Minnesota. Michael Henry Jr. with a beautiful shot has this left for a birdie. Freshman out of Wayne, Pennsylvania, ranks 1,647th for a 3. Got it. Nice birdie. Beautiful second shot. Just spun it back towards the hole. Thought it was going to be a little bit closer, but put it on a dime. And several of the Hawks regularly placed near the top of the leaderboards. One more look at this tap in. And that's the tap-in bogey for Skyong as he manages to stop the bleeding just enough here on 14, a relatively easy hole. But if you're in trouble, you're in trouble. All right, let's hang on a hole with CJ Winchenbaugh. Part 2 with CJ. We've never done this before. Did the what's in the bag. Check that out if you haven't. Now we're hanging on a hole.
Par 3, 13th, you already checked it out, so what's the play for you here?
So, got 238 stick. Wind's hurting a little bit off the left. I'm going to try and smooth a little 2-iron and let it chase back there.
All right. CJ with that 2-iron.
All right, attempt number...
It's his child. He loves it. Just talked about it. Go check out the what's in the bag. 238, par 3, 13th. Little rain falling. This is all right.
Oh, be good.
Yeah. Kick left. Yeah, there it is.
Your child lives to see another day.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see you on the green.
All right, sounds good.
CJ, the 2 is strong.
Yeah, wind didn't quite hit it as much as I wanted to. I guess
That's a tough number. You were pushed all the way back
Yeah,
on
it's-
the tee there.
it's
That
a-
won't be the case.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tweener for me too.
Yeah, okay.
4, I don't think really stretches all the way to 240, especially in the wind. But the 2-iron just doesn't really spin a lot. It's kind of more of a tee club for me. So I guess I thought short was more trouble than long.
I would agree.
Here.
This is fine.
Yeah, this is fine. So
This is fine. So what do you have in your hand here?
I have 58.
Okay.
I feel like most places I'd prefer to putt this, but this stuff is really grainy.
Well,
so,
it's coming at you too.
Yeah,
Yeah, right. You
So
can
I
see
think
the grain.
it'd be pretty dicey to hit a putt here.
Okay.
So hopefully just try and catch ball first. And
Put it close and
Yeah.
knock the par in. Or dunk this one.
yeah, that would be nice.
You dunk this one, I'll give you $100. Ooh, I moved a lot more.
It's not bad, a little tester for
Yeah,
par.
you got that. Ooh,
Thank you.
yeah.
Second day, three back, 24 on.
Is this a nervy putt?
A little bit. I mean, it's downhill. I'd prefer an uphill, especially if I'm trying to save par. But there are definitely worse putts you can leave yourself out here.
Mm-hmm. 3 is a good score here.
3 is a good score.
But wasn't one right? They were kind of similar. It's like 14 and 13.
All right, come on, CJ. You got this guy. Yep. Yes, sir. He can't. He just can't. I mean,
Right.
in front of the camera,
It's a lot of work.
back-to-back interviews. There's a lot going on there. That's a good part.
Yeah.
Thanks for the time. Good
Yeah,
luck
of
in the
course.
tournament.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, go in too. Oh,
Perfect.
that's a show-off move if
Right.
that would have dropped.
Second
I
team
know what you were
All-American,
doing.
I guess.
That'll work though.
Yeah, it'll work.
All right, well, you can see that smoke kind of filtering in through here on 14. As I mentioned, not sure what's burning, but something is, as VJ Powell, Christian Mann of St. Joseph University, Aru Hufana of Towson University, and Tyler McNeve of the University of St. Thomas, Minnesota, make their way here. We mentioned it is a little slower pace out here. This is the 9:35 tee time. So they're on a good 5-hour, 45-minute pace. Well, we'll have coverage later for you today as well from hole number 18 here at Mid Pines in Pinehurst. Weather in pretty good shape right now as these 4 get ready to hit their shot, and we will get you updated on scoring. Let's take a look at that team leaderboard first. And as we mentioned, it's George Washington University who made a huge charge today. Richmond came in at 10 under to start the day. They have dropped to 8 under. George Washington now currently at 10 under. They opened up yesterday with a 3 under round and charged to the top of the leaderboard. They are currently sitting at 7 under with great performances today from everybody. Thorin at 2 under, Bensick at 2 under, Barbacciano at 2 under, and Lamb at 1 under. So it'll be up to Richmond to get it going a little bit here as they find themselves 2 back. James Madison at 6 under, Georgetown at 3 under, and St. John's at 3 under as well.
One, two, three. Okay. All right, hole number 13. Vaughn McMeans from George Mason University just finished with the bogey. Mason roll off. I wish you guys could have seen this lie. He was in the middle of the crap over here in native area. So he'll have this for bogey, but we're looking at, well, Michael Matheson and Mason Roloff. St. Joseph's University, Sam Feeney just finished with a par, and he's heading over to hole number 14T. This is Michael, Towson University. trying to save the par. Back left pin location today. This one's tricky, you guys, because the hole moves from right to left, but at the end there may be a slight turn. As you can see, there's a slope on his left-hand side. Come on in. Yes. A nice par for Michael from Townsend University. All right, now Mason. Roll off. This is for bogey. Like I said, he didn't have a lot to work with. Very unlucky lie. Practically in poles to chip out. It was a neat. He's hit one putt, and this would be the other one. There you go. Nice save. Not what you wanted, a bogey on the third tee. But considering the situation, this is pretty okay. Let's go over to Nick.
All right. Well, you know what? Christian Mott just hit a ridiculous shot. And in the practice round, we're going to share that shot in a second. But for now, let's take a look at what's in Christian's bag.
Alrighty, so starting off, 2-iron. Just got the U505 with the Modus shaft. Love this thing. My go-to. Trying to hit a fairway. Not confident with a tighter fairway ahead.
So, Christian, on a golf course like this, have you, okay, you're on hole, let's see, 13 here. Have you pulled much driver out of the bag today?
I've pulled a lot of driver.
Okay.
The fairways are a little bit wider here,
Okay.
which is nice, and I'm confident with the driver. I like a wedge in,
Okay.
preferably.
Okay, full wedge.
Absolutely.
Okay,
yeah.
okay. All right, so 2 irons up top. We'll go to the other woods here in a second, but take me through what we're going irons-wise. Starting with you've got a 4 through.
Yeah, 4 through gap wedge.
Okay.
I have in the T150s Modus shaft as well. The new Titleist. I love Titleist irons. I think they make the best stuff, and that's what I've been using. They're actually pretty recent. I've been using them for about 8 months now.
I was going to ask, how often do you switch them?
I used irons all through freshman to junior year, and now
Okay.
I'm a senior, and I upgraded finally.
Okay, and then how about, let's talk wedges.
Absolutely, yeah. So I have the SM10s. Eventually, I'm gonna have to get these upgraded, but they're doing well still. Getting my spin.
And what do you got, 60, 48?
I go. This actually bent to 51.
Okay.
So gap wedge at 51, and then I have 56 at 60. Yep.
Always chipping with the 60?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Most of the time, for sure. If I have to run one in, there's a lot of shots where you might be kind of bumping one into a hill here, so I'll
Okay.
pull out that 56. I can trust that it'll kind of release for me.
Okay. And then what do we got up top here?
Up top, so I.
Yeah, let's get, I
yeah.
love the shout out to the Dormy Network.
Absolutely.
By the way.
We love the
Let's go.
Dormy Network.
Let's go, boys.
Absolutely. So I'm rocking the AI Smoke Paradigm Callaway. Yeah, I got to hook up with this. I started using it. I loved it
Yeah.
so far. So
A lot
I've
of
been
good
using
reviews
this.
on the Smoke. The new one, the Quantum's getting a lot of reviews
Yeah.
too, but the Smoke's a favorite.
Absolutely. No, I love this one. I can't get rid of it. And then, funny enough, I'm still
Yeah, you said
rocking
old
an
school
old
driver.
sim driver. Yeah, with an old hazardous shaft. I'm waiting for it to. So I actually had 2 heads of sim. One of them cracked, and I'm still rocking this guy. It hit it straight. I'm confident with it, and
Wear pattern's pretty impressive. Center of the face, which gets some use.
yeah, exactly. I don't know how much longer I got in this guy, but
All right.
try to at least a couple more events.
Let it hang in there for a few.
Absolutely. Yep.
And then lastly, let's talk about the putter.
Yeah, so the putter's like a PJ's Tour Superstore. Just picked her up. I wish I could even tell you the name of it.
Wow. Lead tape.
I love
on
it. I love it.
Grip forever.
Absolutely. My roommates call it the Oreo, but I make a lot of putts with it. So
Yeah,
what are you gonna do?
It's money then. It's a
Exactly.
cookie, by the way. Best cookie on the planet. Nothing better than an Oreo.
I agree.
Well, that's awesome. Is there
Absolutely.
anything crazy in the bag?
I
Like
wish I had.
anything
Not
superstitious? No?
really. No.
Okay, no, that's all right.
Not too superstitious. Kind of just average golf bag.
Well, listen. Enjoy the rest of your senior year.
Absolutely. Appreciate
Can't
it.
thank you enough.
Thank you.
Good
Great
luck.
meeting you.
You
Yeah,
too.
thank you.
All right, well, this was just a moment ago here at number 14, and Christian Matt with a beauty of a second shot. And that is about as good as you can get. His dad was just off on the side of the hill giving him the thumbs up, and a nod from the fairway for Christian Matt, who's got a great look at birdie here on 14. And for the rest, a few par putts all set up here for this group. CJ Powell of George Mason, Christian Matt of St. Joe's University, Fauna of Towson, and McNeve of St. Thomas, Minnesota. That's a frustrating one there. And that will just miss a bogey for J.J. Powell. George Mason, the junior. J.J. was third on the team in scoring average and adjusted average and versus par average, so one of the leaders for this team, without question. This is all that's left for Christian Matt for birdie. I would have given this to him, but, you know, rules. So Christian Matt, 4-3. Got it. Nicely played. So Christian Matt with a perfectly executed tee shot, perfectly executed shot from the fairway, and a pat on the back from his coach, Terry Skolin. All right, little cleanup there for VJ Powell. Tap that in for a par. And Tyler McNeve of the University of St. Thomas. Only one left to play here. The sophomore competed in 8 events, averaged 74.58 over 24 rounds of play. He finished as high as 18th. And this is for par. Tap-in pars are always nice and comfortable. So a good hole here as they will move on. Just a tough one for Fana, who wasn't able to get that up and down for a par. As we move on here on number 14, right back out to the fairway, and things moving quickly. This will be the group of Vaughn McMeans, Sam Feeney, Michael Matheson, and Mason Roloff. And as we get you all set for that, let's take one more quick look at the team leaderboard. George Washington in good shape. They remain out in front at 10 under. Richmond hanging in there, just back. Set to go in the fairway here. Beautiful shot. That one just coming out of Michael Matheson from Towson University. He'll have a good look at birdie. Everybody in that flat spot up on the top of that hill, and that is so crucial here. Another, 10 yards, and that ball is going to be on a significant downslope to a raised green. Never ideal, and not exactly what you want. So Towson safely aboard. Sam Feeney. Beautiful, puts this one pin high just up top. A nice shot there by him. Mason Roloff had a huge drive. Found himself down in the gully, and that is I wouldn't say perfect spot to be. But he went for the big dog, and we'll see what he does with the second. He'll be next to play in just a moment. Vaughn McMeans next. All right, that's fine. Not a problem there. Got it up and over that Donald Ross false front. Mason Roloff, big off the tee. This is his second. Love this here from Roloff. Puts this one on, and he'll be in good shape as we go back out to Sara Diaz on 13.
That's lucky bounce in the middle of the fairway. He chipped on, and this is for par. Hit it. Oh. All right, he's going to have some work to do there for a bogey. Now is Jack Holtz, the sophomore from University of South Dakota, also trying to save par. Very delicate shot. He saw what the other player did, so he was very careful. All right, let's go to Nick.
Back on 14 green. A couple of looks at Birdie. A lot of bodies on this green as coaches starting to hang out with the fellas. Full complement of staff on board here for 14 as this group start to wind around this Donald Ross golf course tucked into the pines and the sand hills of North Carolina. Certainly glad to have you along here on Babygrande Golf as we bring you coverage of the 2026 Donald Ross Collegiate from Mid-Pines Golf Club. Part of the Cradle of Golf of America. Sam Feeney of St. Joe's will be first to play. Feeney, a freshman from Westchester, Pennsylvania, 1,663rd. Good putt at it here for Birdie. That'll come up just a little bit short of the hole. So looking for a putt at it for par. St. Thomas will be next up to play. That'll be Mason Roloff. Mason taking a look at it from a couple different directions here too. These greens were soft during the practice round day. North Carolina had gotten a bunch of rain and a little bit of rain yesterday as well, but sun-baked here for most of the morning. You can hear it. These greens have firmed up quite a bit. So Mason Roloff for his attempt at 3. Senior out of Blaine, and he just puts this one just a little to the left of the hole. Didn't really move in on him there. Competed in 2 tournaments this year. Finished with a 75.67 scoring average and a total of 6 rounds and a tap-in par here at 14. Matheson. Oh, Birdie just on the left-hand side, so another tap-in par. And Vaughn McMeans of George Mason with the shot of the group. Sophomore with with an opportunity here for Birdie. And that one just trickles over the hole a little bit too much, so he'll throw a mark on it. McMeans was named to the Atlantic 10 All-Conference team, top finisher, tying for 15th among the 60 competitors at the A10 Championship. Feeney looking to clean it up now here for St. Joe's. That's for a par. So Vaughn McMeans here to clean up his par at the 14th. Nothing to it. It's a tap in for McMeans and a nice par. He would have wanted and would have appreciated a birdie there, but he'll take the par and move on to 15. All right, let's check in with Eli Wademan, who tells us what's in his bag.
All right, Eli Weidman, what's in the bag action? I love these because everybody's so unique with what they have and then how their selection is going to be, especially at a golf course like this. It doesn't really require driver all the time. We'll get up top here in a moment, but let's start with this. Let's start with this guy. Tell me about him, and then we'll get to the rest of the irons.
Starting with the best one.
Okay,
This is my
figured.
one of my favorites in the bag. It's my 4-iron Mizuno Pro Fly High. It's 21 degrees. I got a 10C blue shaft in it. Launches super high. One of my favorite clubs.
How often did you use that today? You just finished 18 here. A lot of people talk about this golf course not really being driver off the tee, just because of the complexes of greens and fairways and what you're setting up for in terms of secondary shots, or some of these par fives reachable in two also. So what's the mentality there with this compared to the driver?
I believe I hit it twice off the tee today, and
Okay.
then twice into par fives.
Okay, and then
Yeah.
how and was it driver the rest of the time, or did you go?
I hit a lot of my 5-wood.
Okay.
You wanna?
Well, let's stay up top. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're talking about it. Let's go through the woods, and then we'll reverse down to the irons.
Yeah, so I've got a Titleist GT2 5-wood.
Okay.
Same 10C blue shaft. 18 degrees, pretty standard. But also
Gorgeous.
I love this club.
Is this newer?
It is newer.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. How often are you changing out woods, drivers, etc.?
I don't change out drivers very often.
Okay.
I've had this for probably a year or so.
Okay.
Year and a half. And this is I think this is my newest club in the bag, actually.
Well, we might as well talk about the driver next.
Yeah.
Then we'll go back.
Driver, I got the AI Smoke.
Okay.
Triple diamond.
All right.
9 degrees aloft.
A lot of guys have stayed with the smoke even through the new.
Yeah, I've hit the
Elite, and the new is the Quantum.
Yeah, I haven't hit the Quantum.
Okay.
I would like to, but yeah, Ventus blue shaft, stiff. Yeah, old trusty right here.
I know a lot of guys that go with the new every year.
Mm-hmm.
They change it out every single year. If you've hidden that thing, great. It's still okay. I'm moving up to the next level of whatever it is. I mean, I don't know how much more they can change the technology, but
Driver's one of my strong suits, so I just stick with it.
Stick with her.
And then almost exact same in the 3-wood here. Triple diamond, AI Smoke, 10C shaft.
Knows what he likes.
Yeah.
Off the tee at all today? I think I kind of asked that.
I did hit it a couple times off the tee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
26,
There's a
27,
lot of
28,
3-wood and
29,
5-wood.
30.
Yeah, that's what this is. This course is interesting in that direction.
We'll get in
I
there.
gotcha. Talk me through the irons.
The irons, I got
That's good.
it's fine. I got the Mizuno Pro 243.
8, 9,
Before this,
10,
I had
11,
the
12,
223s,
Mhm.
so I just went right up to the 1 year newer.
Okay.
Um,
Always a Mizuno guy?
I've been a Mizuno guy pretty much through my whole career. Yeah, love the feel of them. Nothing feels like a Mizuno.
There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what you like. You
Yeah.
got to go with it.
Yep.
I'll stand this guy up a little bit here. What about wedges?
Wedges,
Pretty
pretty
standard, huh?
Yeah, I go 60, 54, 50.
Okay.
A little different. A lot of people go
58, 54. But I go 60. I always chip with a 60.
Okay.
Um,
That was my next question. I'm always interested. There's a lot of guys and a lot of the girls too that they're up and down through it.
Right.
Which is interesting to me. I mean, I'm pretty much I'm chipping with my 60 almost 99% of the time.
Yeah. A couple times I'll chip with a 54 if it's a little longer, but most of the time 60.
Always the Vokies?
Yep. I've went SM8, SM9, SM10. Got St. John's
Saw the
stamped
stamp
on this
there.
one.
That's cool.
So, yeah, pretty sweet.
And then lastly, the short guy.
Short guy. We got Scotty Cameron.
Ah, yes.
Phantom 7.
Okay.
Face balance, just Tour 2.0 grip.
Love it. You don't change the grip much. Guys don't change the
I
grip
really
on their
don't.
putters hardly ever. What is that mentality? Is it just
I don't know. It just, you get that feel in your hands, and
Yeah.
it just kind of fits into your hands.
All right, last question. Is there anything fun, superstitious in the bag? Anything in there that you kind of always have to have? A certain ball marker, a certain lucky charm, a little anything? Is there anything like that there?
I always start around with 8 tees in my pocket.
Okay.
A little weird.
No, that's cool.
My golf ball's always marked with a red line and a black cross.
Like the cross,
Yep.
faith-based, man. I like
Yep.
that. Same
Yep.
here.
Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Yes, sir.
So that's my marking, and then that's about it. Got some Uncrustables in there. Gotta have those. Gotta have those.
Such an Uncrustables guy. Which flavor?
Grape.
I'm a grape
Grape.
guy too. Let's go.
Let's go.
Uncrustables. When I'm hungry tomorrow on the golf course,
Yep.
I'm 1,000% gonna be like, Eli, sauce me one of those.
If I see you, I got you.
Okay, sauce me
Gotcha.
one. I don't want to take away fuel, but
It's okay.
if there's extra
We
gas,
got stashed
Oh,
right in that card over there.
there's a 100% chance I'm about to go take one of those.
Yeah. Go ahead.
There's no better snack than an Uncrustable. If you're on the golf course and looking for a hearty meal that's both easy to eat and tasty, it's Uncrustables by Smuckers. Sponsor us, please.
Please.
Like actually,
Please.
like them, me, everybody.
Mizuno, sponsor me, please.
Mizuno, sponsor him. Yeah. Callaway, you might as well put
Yeah,
some Callaway
might
stuff.
as well.
My family at Callaway. Hook my boy. Dude, have a good
Thank
time.
you.
Thanks
Thank
so
you,
much.
man.
Good luck this week.
Thank you.
All right, love those features. Always great getting to see not only the personality of these guys, but also just what it is they're using. Jack Holtz, University of South Dakota, from the Pine Straw. Tough to get that one to go, and a lot of spin on it, so it's going to hit that false front and fall back down into the frontmost part of the green there. Difficult shot for him. Everybody else in this group in pretty good shape. Caleb Decker, St. Bonaventure University, a senior. Ryan Walsh out of Loyola University, a senior. And Ethan Irvine out of Bowling Green State, a senior as well. All right, and that one's going to catch that false front and trickle down as well. So it'll be a few interesting ones here at 14. They're going to have to get creative with that false front that we see catch so many players off guard. And as they make their way back here, we'll go down to Sara Diaz on 13. Sara.
This is Parker Etzel, University of South Dakota, chipping off the green. Oh, that needed a little bit more. We've been seeing a couple of club selections there. We've seen putter, chipper. He will have some work left to do on that one. David Chavez, Bowling Green State. It's a junior. Gotta get it up there, but can't pass yet. Sit. And it's off the green, you guys. This is a danger with hole number 13. If you flirt with the left side or the back side of the green, you're gonna lose it. St. Bonaventure University. Colin Barber. This is going to break from right to left. It's all about here. Go, go, go. So earlier we saw Connor in a lot of trouble. He hit it past the green into those native plants. Had to take one club length. Of course, 1-stroke penalty. So this is going to be his 4th shot. He's with his coach right now in the maroon hat. Right, but first. Okay, not sure who was going to go there first, but Loyola University? Nope. David Chavez, Bowling Green State. All right. Now Connor. We saw Coach Peter P. there with them. Always found it encouraging when your coach with you. Delicate putt here, left to right. Yes, all right, well done. So let's watch a replay real quick here. Parker Edsel. All right. Not bad for University of South Dakota. And now the Bonnies, Colin Barber, the freshman, trying to finish off his par. Seems pretty straight. Gotta get it. Oh, and he let us know. Next to the right. All right. Oh, that's a heartbreak. He was on the green on 1-3 putted for bogey. Tough hole, you guys. Hole number 13. We've seen a little bit of everything. Short of the green, over the green. But first, let's get you caught up. Let's take a look at the individual leaderboard. All right, it's just loading on my side. All right, so Pedro Garcia from Bowling Green, 8 under, leads the tournament, followed by Anders Larson, 6 under from Eastern Kentucky. You guys, an interesting story about Pedro Garcia. His driver actually broke yesterday. And I know what you're thinking. He probably got mad, broke it himself. That is not what happened. He said he hit it on hole number 4. He thought the club of the face had dirt, but there was actually a scratch there, and it actually broke. He called the rules official, and the ruling was that he could still playing with that driver. However, today I know
right, back with you over here on 14 as the new groups start to move through. It's the University of South Dakota, St. Bonaventure, Loyola University, Chicago, and Bowling Green State. This is the 10-15 tee-off group that features Parker Etzel of the University of South Dakota, Colin Barber of St. Bonaventure University, Connor Wooden of Loyola, and David Chavez of Bowling Green. This will be Colin Barber of St. Bonaventure next to play. Freshman. High school team, first all-team, all leagues. He helped Victor Haida 3 section championships, and he set the Cobblestone Creek Country Club course record with an 8-under 64. All right, next up from Bowling Green, this will be David Chavez. Chavez, a junior out of Pensacola, Florida, played in 3 events for the Falcons in the 2025 fall season, totaling 9 rounds, shot a 75 in the second round at the Virtues Intercollegiate. In fine shape. As they'll make their way to the 14th fairway. This team, of course, the Falcons, ranked 272nd in scoreboard. Tricky hole. As we've talked about before, it's less than driver. Longer off the tee, the worse shape you're in. Right about 270, that fairway slopes down to that elevated green. As we get a quick look here at the individual scoreboard so far. And it is round number 2 of action. Certainly glad to have you all along with us here. And it has been a dominant performance by Pedro Garcia of Bowling Green. Currently sitting at 8 under and consistent. 4 under on the day yesterday. 4 under on the day today to lead at 8 under. Anders Larson of Eastern Kentucky currently sitting at 6 under. CJ Winchenbaugh, who began the day as the leader, yesterday's clubhouse leader, at 6 under from Georgetown, is just getting his day started and currently sitting at even through 1. In terms of the team race, well, it's back and forth between Richmond and George Washington, as we've seen so many times in college golf. The Spiders sitting at 11 under. Currently 1 under on the day today after a 10 under round yesterday. George Washington currently sitting at 3 under, 7 under on the day today. James Madison creeping up as well. They are at 9 under. Georgetown, St. John's both at 3 under, while George Mason, VCU, sit in tied for 6th at 1 under. Back into the fairway of 14 as this group makes their way for their approach shots into this very undulating green. A lot of different stuff going on this green complex, that's for sure. And way off onto that left-hand side is, unfortunately, Peter Etzel of the University of South Dakota finds himself in a smidge of a predicament over there. He's going to be in that pine straw, and he's got these pines that are going to be overhanging everybody else in the fairway. But going to be a tricky shot here for Parker Etzel. Now, he's a junior out of Wisconsin. In his sophomore year, he golfed in 5 events for the Coyotes, totaling 15 rounds this season, lowered his stroke average from his freshman year to 75.13. He's got a little over 100 yards into this. He will not be first to play. It will end up being Colin Barber of St. Bonaventure. Also just about 100 Bonaventure, that's a full wedge for him. Okay, doesn't put any spin on it, so finds himself in the middle of the green, pin high. That'll be a level-ish putt. That'll move just a smidge from his left to his right. Now it's Etzel from the pine straw. Got to curve this one around the tree. Try to get it to stay on this green. A lot of spin going to come off of this golf ball. Tried to keep it below. Oh, that's so good. He just got that under, but he can't control that. So it spins a bit and will come to a rest just beyond the green. That's going to be a very tricky putt. He's going to have to play this one from right to left. All right, Connor Woodland of Loyola University Chicago. All right, good shot there. He's got a good putt at it. Not a problem. And David Chavez next to play. Chavez from Bowling Green University, the junior out of Pensacola. Good shot there by Chavez. So 3 of them below the hole, 1 of them above the hole, and a couple of very interesting putts for all 4 of them. They're going to do lots of different things on this funky green. That pin in one of the very few flat spots that you could possibly find it. Tomorrow, it's going to be in an adventurous spot. I'll say that. It'll be tucked along this right backhand side, and we'll for sure get a look at that tomorrow for that final round. Babygrande's coverage of the Donald Ross Collegiate from Mid-Pines will pick up at around noon Eastern time. Make sure you're following us on all of our socials. That's your spot for everything that you need feature-wise. We've got interviews, lots and lots of fun stuff as these guys make their way onto the green here for birdie attempts at 14. All right, let's go check in with Sara Diaz over at 13. Sara? Back on 14, and everybody going to have to take a real good long look at a couple of these putts because, as I said before, going to do a lot of different things. The false front obviously not in play. The bunker's now out of play. Just about hitting this green, but then once you get there, you just gotta be nice and smooth with these putts. And they're trying to figure out exactly how these are gonna move and break. Parker Etzel's going to play first here for the University of South Dakota, and he's got a long one, but it's got to come over this very big ridge, so it's an uphill, then a downhill, and it's going to push everything hard to the left. Here's Etzel for birdie. Etzel gets it up on this ridge, moving down to the left. Does he have this? What a great putt, though. I'll tell you what, Etzel with a nice job there. Nice job by Etzel. Throw a mark on that one. Colin Barber next to play out of St. Bonaventure. One more look at that putt by Etzel. Almost had it. Barber just overcooked this one on the right-hand side, and he's got a little bit of a tester left for par. David Chavez of Bowling Green next for his opportunity at birdie. About a 16-footer here, gonna move hard to the right and downhill. Wow, it just hung up top. So has that left for a par. The sophomore from Loyola is Connor Wooden. Wooden's putt is going to move a lot to the right here. Wooden. Oh, goodness. Had it. Tap in par for Connor Wooden of Loyola. One more look at this. And just good strike. Had the line. Just a couple of rotations short. No stress there. Parker Etzel to clean up his par. And just one to go here. It'll be Chavez from Bowling Green, also for par. All right, no stresses here at 14 after some interesting putts for all, but a 2-putt on this green, that's never a problem. Nobody ever going to complain about that as we get a look at the individual leaders here as we continue through round number 2 of 3, and it is Pedro Garcia of Bowling Green who continues to lead the way, currently sitting at 7 under, 3 under on the day. Anders Larson currently sitting at 6 under, 2 under on the day. Well, I told you how much I love these. Let's take a look at what is in the bag for Ari Fahana.
All right, Ari Fahana join us for a little what's in the bag action. Love doing these. We're going to kind of talk through everything, but let's just start with your irons, kind of where you begin, what you're using, and why.
Yeah, so right now I have the Mizuno 243s with a dynamic gold 120 X100.
Okay.
I got fit for these actually last summer. Really good.
Look new. Are
Yeah,
they?
they're pretty
Okay.
good.
Do you switch them out every year?
I don't. I
Okay.
just got these. The ones I had before were the 225s, and I had those for about 3 years. So I was due. They're going too far, so these have a little less loft on them.
Too strong.
No,
Ease off the
yeah,
gym.
exactly. And these shafts help me keep the spin down because I tend to spin it too much. So love that.
four through
pitch.
pitching wedge.
Yeah,
Okay.
4 through pitch. Have the Mizuno 243s.
Have you always been a Mizuno guy?
Actually, no.
Okay.
My first Mizunos were the 225s when I got them senior year of high school.
Okay.
And I had those till sophomore year of college.
Okay.
Yeah, I just got these. So
That's
yeah,
awesome.
Been a Mizuno since then.
All right, let's talk about wedges. What do you got going?
Yeah, right now I got more Mizuno. I got the T1s. This one's 54. It's a 10 bounce P-grind. It's like the way it sits. So,
Ooh, you go 50, 54, 58.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It helps my gapping a little better.
All right.
The 50s closer. Gets me a good gapping with my pitching wedge. These I have S400 dynamic golds. Little less stiff. Get a little more workability around the green. So yeah, I like that about these. They feel really good, nice and soft.
And you're chipping with that 58, I'm assuming, for the most part?
Yeah, 54 and 58. I actually tend to chip more with this, but that's just because I've grown up tripping with my 54 pretty much my whole life.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, well, while we're down here, let's talk putter.
Putter, got oldie.
Ooh.
Yeah, I got a nice Ventura X. Scotty from
Okay.
what, 9 years ago?
All right.
Yeah, just got it regripped.
I was just gonna
Super
ask you.
sharp.
Normally, I see guys with grips that have been on there for a decade.
Oh my gosh, I just had one on for a decade. I got it regripped about 2 weeks ago. Had to get a fresh one for the tourney.
I like it. All right, what are we playing with up top?
And then up top, we got a hybrid here.
Okay.
3 hybrid TaylorMade.
TaylorMade.
35.
Love it.
Got fit for this as well recently.
Okay.
Got a KBS prototype 95X in it. Yeah, it helps me with the spin and keep it down.
Yeah.
Because you know, it's good. It's been a good club for me. It's like my 230 to 250 club. And this thing right here, QI 35 3-wood, hazardous blue,
Oh, I like the
RDX
shaft.
smoke. Yeah, it's sleek. It's sleek. This is good. I mean, my entire bag is geared towards lower spin. So this thing's a monster. I love
Okay.
it.
Do you use that? I mean, this golf course is going to require not driver on a lot of holes.
Yeah.
You find yourself using that more today?
I have.
Okay.
I've used it a few times today already.
And then
And
the big
this-
dog.
Yep.
Ah, ping. I expected to see a TaylorMade.
No.
Okay.
This is the only ping in the bag. Ping G430 LST 9 degree. Another hazardous blue. This one's been through the ringer. She's been in my
She's
bag.
been in
for
there a
about
minute,
3
yeah.
years. Yeah, but this thing is old faithful. I love it.
I like it. And then anything crazy, superstitious in the bag?
No,
Anything
nothing.
you don't want your mom to see?
No, no, nothing like that. Everything's pretty standard for me. You know?
All right. I love it. Well, hey, listen, I should towel too.
Yeah, perfect.
I appreciate the time. All right.
Yeah, appreciate
Good
it.
luck
Thank
this
you
week.
so
Have
much.
fun. Stay out of trouble.
Thank you.
Hit 'em
I
well.
will.
No
Thank
spin.
you. Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Have a good one.
See you.
Back on 14th fairway, and action continuing from this difficult 14th hole. Playing a little bit tougher than you thought today. Only a couple of bogeys, but this was supposed to be a little bit more gettable, and it really hasn't been. Only seen just 2 birdies here today, and we go out to the Pine Straw where things are tricky right out of the gate. Andrew Lee finds the front, and that has been the miss on that right-hand side in that Pine Straw. This is Cole Witherow from the University of South Dakota. Got about 100 yards in here in the fairway, ball below his feet. Got a lot of sod on that one. Perfectly judged distance-wise and just enough spin. He's going to like that one. Well struck by Cole Witherow. And that leaves Dory Lee of Loyola. Dory Lee, a senior. He's hit this well, ranked 982nd. Look at this. What a shot. Absolutely beautiful by Dory Lee. Played in 26 rounds, averaged around a 75. Picked up his best finish in second at the Zach Johnson Invite. Posted a score of 207, 67, 66, 74. One more look at this shot by Dory Lee of Loyola University, Chicago. All the spins that you could want on it, and it sucks back right next to that pin. Perfectly played. And a couple of really nice looks at Birdie here on the 14th. A par 4, just 361 yards, but it's all about strategic placement off of the tee. Too much is bad and puts you down in a gully or a side lie that just is difficult to get to an elevated green. So it's a 3-wood or a long iron. Seen some guys hit some 2s, a couple of 4-irons. Everybody back up top now here on the green, and they'll take a good quick look at it here. It's a tricky pin today, but it's about as level as it's going to get. Tomorrow's pin, we'll see it on a bit of a side hill on the right-hand side, which will bring a very small bunker into play. And if you miss it pin high, you're going to have a difficult lip to contend over. All right, well, this one's spun off the green. So first to play will be Andrew Lee of Bowling Green. This is the sophomore. Played in all 4 fall tournaments for the Falcons. That's a good shot. Got a makeable par putt right there. Not going to overthink that one too much. Michael Bucko of St. Bonaventure State next to play. Taking a good look at this one, the senior. As a junior, Atlantic 10 Commissioners Honor Roll. Posted the best finish by Ebani at the Atlantic 10 Championships in over a decade when he tied for 7th, capped by a final round of 4 under 69. This one for birdie. He's just short. Tap in par. Won't think twice of it. So it's a 4 for Bucko of Bonaventure. Dory Lee of Loyola next to play. One more quick look at this attempt. Almost had that. Just a little short. This is Dory Lee. Out of Buffalo Grove, Illinois. He will be not next to play. Quick little change up here. It'll be Cole Witherow of the University of South Dakota. This is for birdie. Oh, goodness. Just off on the left-hand side. So it's a tap-in par for Witherow in South Dakota. One more look at that birdie attempt. Just a little off to the left-hand side there. Back live, Dory Lee. Oh, and that one is just going to trickle off to the right. Goodness, oh. That is an unfortunate bogey. One left to go here. It is Andrew Lee of Bowling Green, and this is just a clean up. His par. I say clean up, but he's got a bit of work left to do here. About an 8-footer here to walk away with no blood. Tricky putt, missed it high. Tap in bogey. Tricky there. All right, Sara Diaz back on 13. What do you have for us?
And we're on hole number 13. We just saw Broderick Moore from St. Bonaventure University. Back at the green. We got 3 more players. Surfing the wind on this one. The players is heading to 42 yards. Such a long par 3 for these guys.
University, Chicago. All right. Signaling that it's going left. All right. Got to be careful with that left side. The pin is in the back. That's impatient on the floor with it. If it bounces in the wrong spot, left is a lot of trouble. Up next, Pedro Garcia, who's been leading the tournament from Bowling Green State.
You want me to go there now? Or do you want me to follow the ball?
Yep, this is Pedro.
I'm
I
following the
recognize
ball
him
in
because he
3,
does
2,
not
1.
wear the hat. From Madrid, España. Oh, yeah, another one that just dropped on the left side. Good distance, though. Gotta make sure you hit it on the right side of the pin, as it's only 6 paces from the left, 26 on.
Is that what you want there, guys? Yeah, up to you.
Last one to go.
You can do that if
Joe Rawling, the junior from University of South Dakota.
copy that. Thank you.
Oh, and it's heading right to our camera. Guys, we are risking our lives out here to provide you a great coverage. And it's sitting now on hole number 14, near the ladies' tees. Oh, this is going to be an interesting shot for him. Pedro Garcia, who cracked his driver yesterday, and the ruling states that if you have a cracked driver, you want to play with it, the competition, but it's usually that first round competition. I'm not sure what he's able to do. I'll have to talk to him later, but I know that they were trying to find him a driver because I'm sure he wasn't traveling with 2 drivers. This is not the PGA Tour, you guys. We don't have equipment trucks out here. Walking up to the green.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. Yeah, back here on 14, and this hole has been up and down, playing very interesting as the group of Shoma Taguchi of the University of South Dakota, Gabe Williams of St. Bonaventure University, Loyola University's Charlie Colwyn, and Angelo Luciani of Bowling Green make their way to their shots here on 14. This group. This is a fun one. There's a young man in this group from Bowling Green that's just absolute hoot. Angelo Luciani, the junior out of Byron Center, Michigan. He played in all 4 tournaments for the Falcons in the fall of 2025 and totaled around 12 rounds. Shot a season best 69 in the second round of the Tom Tantamione Invitational and maintained a scoring average of 75-2. It's a fun team. Transferred into this group and has really just enjoyed it, finding his flow underneath head coach John Powers. A little bit of trouble off to the left-hand side here. That's Charlie Colwyn of Loyola University. The senior in the pine straw. He will not be first to play. It will be Luch, I believe, over on that far side. Just taking one more good look at the wind here. All right. Luciani from about 100. Full wedge for Luciani. He likes this one. That's just got to get going a little bit. Okay. That is, we haven't seen one over there just yet. That'll be a bit of a tricky putt for Luciani. That is going to be long. And it's going to move a lot to the hard right. So I think they're trying to figure out who's going to play next. I believe it's going to be Shoma Taguchi of South Dakota. It will be the senior from Japan. Golfed in 5 events for the Coyotes, totaling 15 rounds, average stroke count around 74. This is Taguchi. His second here at the par 4 14th. Flag hunting, but it's got to get going. And stop. Oh, what a shot by Taguchi. Snuggles this one right up to the pin and perfectly placed from about just over 100 in. One more look at this beauty of a golf shot. You can't draw that up any better. Charlie Colin of Loyola out of the thick pine or thick sand just beyond the pine straw on the right-hand side. Not much you can do with that one. That'll come up short, so a tricky third shot for him. Back out to the fairway. Gabe Williams. Nicely done and a beautiful shot. I'll put that one just beyond the pin and a good look at Birdie there. Everybody in decent shape here on number 14. It's going to be an interesting shot for Charlie Coleman. Let's check in with Angelo Luciani.
All right, back with my boy Luch. We're gonna do a what's in the bag because just one thing with you wasn't enough. We got to keep it going. So let's talk what we're playing.
Any more time with you, Gizmo, and I'm happy.
Let's go, buddy.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah, let's go. Irons first. Obviously, you start with a 4 and you go through. Let's see, what 9?
Yeah, so those go through 8 iron.
Okay.
So I got the ZX7s through the 8 iron.
Oh, got it.
The Modus 125X. I try to keep the spin down a little bit. That helps me a little bit. And then the Lambkin grips on there. And then
how often do you? I ask everybody this because I'm always intrigued. How often do you switch your irons out?
I switch them. I mean, the last ones were just based on shaft.
Okay.
You're a kid, you get older, you should need new shafts.
Okay.
For guys on the team, I've heard 1.5 2 years is kind of that.
Okay.
But like with this,
these have a lot of play in them. I mean, they're loved. Yeah.
So my only range clubs are like a 5, an 8, and a 9.
Okay.
And so those ones you replace, like I'll buy those individually, keep the rest as long as possible.
Yeah, I can tell. I can see that. That's where the wear's at.
So yeah, that's how the 9 got replaced. 8's soon to come. Not too bad yet.
Always a Strixon guy?
No, very recently actually. Yeah. I got a connection up in Michigan.
Great.
Who hooked me up. But no, if I could go Strixon all the way through, I'd love to. They've been fantastic.
Lots of wedges.
Lots of wedges. Yeah, this is kind of my mess.
Okay.
So I went with a 40. It's a 46 bent to a 45 instead of the pitching wedge. And then into gap wedge is I think it's a 51 right now, and that's an SM8. An SM8 in the 56, that's soon to go as well. And then 58 bent to a 59.
Okay.
Just because I don't know what's going on, I figured why not bend some stuff.
On the what's in the bag, I kind of gave you a club for chipping. I gave you the 58, but what is your preference?
Yep, that one. I like you enough to go with the 58, but it was a 56 shot.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd go 56 about anywhere. I like to use the ground as much as possible.
All right.
I don't like to take it up unless I have to. Still very confident doing that.
Let's talk up top here real quick. We'll go. Let's go these guys, and then we'll talk driver.
Absolutely. Yep. So head covers, BG head cover, obviously.
Yeah.
And then I played in the U.S. Junior Country Club North Carolina.
Cool.
So I'm happy to rep that. That's such a fun one for me.
I love that.
And then underneath, same ones. I'll take them both off.
Yep.
Why not? Big shout out to my coach Brandon Roby actually. So had a couple head issues cracking 3 woods. So I threw in 2014 X2 Hots.
Okay. They've
been nothing but great. So I actually cracked this one last year and just went pro, second swing. Got another one.
Look at the wear pattern on the club face, though.
Yeah, that one's
that's not pure.
That's not pure.
Jeez, that is pure.
Look at Brooksy though. Brooksie's repping old stuff.
I'd
say he's all right.
That's great.
Yeah.
And you're striking center. Love that. Okay.
Nothing but it. So yeah, those will stay until they die.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And then tell me about driver, and then we'll talk about that head cover, and then I'll let you go play golf.
Absolutely. Driver is this is the third event with it, actually. So it's the Cobra Optum. I don't know much about it. I went to the guys at Maple Hill in Michigan.
Okay.
The launch kitchen. My boy Dubs said this is the one. I said okay, and we took care of business there. It's very forgiving.
Are you hitting a lot of driver here right now?
It's probably 50-50.
Okay.
When I hit driver out here, it's hit it hard, hit it far. You got to know that you got a chance at hitting it in the junk. So you may as well get it down there if you can. But driver's so good.
Yeah.
I try and do that less. So that's been nothing but great. But the rule is I can't get rid of this head cover. I've got another JSG one.
Okay.
Can't get rid of this until I top 10 because of that guy over there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shout out to Coach.
So that one stays. Hopefully we get rid of it sooner than later.
And then tell me about tell me about the head cover here.
Absolutely.
Because it's on your putter too, and then I promise I'll let you go play golf.
100%.
But,
so this head cover, the Jello shots, this is one of the original ones that we had mocked up.
Okay.
We've got driver in the woods, so I threw this on there just to try and see how it wears out and see if we like it, and I've gotten a lot of love for it. So that's one of our products that's coming soon, actually.
And give me the quick background on Jello shots.
Absolutely. So actually not related to alcohol at all.
I didn't figure it was.
So, but no, I grew up, obviously people call me Jello.
Yeah.
And I played soccer and golf growing up, and before we knew what it was, like 5th grade, people called them Jello shots if I hit it or kick it. And so, it stuck. Jello shots by a couple people. And I wore it. Actually, my mom made some shirts. We threw a logo on them for the U.S. Junior.
Yeah.
She was like, "It looks cool. It gave me some confidence wearing stuff that was different." And so we had enough attention with it that we ran with it.
I love it.
So my brother's been a huge part of it, Dominic, and he does so good with like coming up with graphics and designs. He came up with the script, and my mom did the logo. She's a graphic designer. Janine knows what she's doing. She does good. Besides the kitchen at work, she does amazing with these.
All right, we will definitely tag that, and we'll take a look at it. I'm gonna have to rock some gear for you too.
100%, you're getting comped.
I love
no
it.
doubt.
Let's go. Perks of the job.
Absolutely. Underneath the cover though, Spider X.
Yep, Spider X, beautiful.
Yep. So this one again comes and goes. I don't know. It's pretty.
It's gorgeous looking.
It's pretty. She didn't take care of business day on the par 3.
Okay.
But we'll see what she does in the
conversation.
tournament.
It's cover later. You're fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe we just give it one extra rotation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
Got the Golf Pride Red Star.
Okay.
That's about it for the putter. And then the last head cover here is GLG, Great Lakes Gear.
Okay.
And that one goes back to home as well. Another girl on the team, the women's team, Macy Elzinga, is also on Team GLG. And so I've been happy to partner with them a little bit, and they helped a ton with Jello shots.
That's great.
And so I've been happy to wear as much as I can. And this looks great. I mean, who wouldn't want that on their bag?
That's good stuff. Are you a Michigan guy?
I am a Michigan guy, yeah. Grand Rapids area.
Oh, what do you know? Michigan guy.
Yeah, where?
Plymouth.
Oh, come on now.
Kid you not.
Absolutely.
I like it.
Dude.
Luch,
Good guy, brother.
thank you so much.
Appreciate you. Had a
Appreciate
blast.
it. That was awesome.
You got it, man.
Check it out. This is Luch, What's in the Bag here on Babygrande as we continue our coverage from beautiful Pinehurst, North Carolina.
All right, so a look back here at 14 and a couple of nice putts by this group of Luciani, Colwyn, Williams, and Taguchi. Well, Taguchi put it in real tight. Couple great shots in here from the fairway. Pin seeking to a tough Donald Ross green. And a few great par putts to pay it off. Some highlights from 14. So all pars for everybody here at 14, and I'll tell you what, some fantastic highlights from that group that just came through, and nicely done. Taguchi, Williams, Colwyn, and Luciani, all with pars. Here on 14 as the 1035 group makes their way through. All right, a look at the individual scoreboard here as action continues from Mid-Pines. And it's more of the same as Pedro Garcia of Bowling Green continues to lead the way at 7 under, 3 under through the day, playing steady golf. Rizzo Patron also currently in the mix at 6 under. Michael Matheson at 5 under. Anders Larson at 5 under. And Carson Baez at 5 under as well. A couple others in the mix there. Michael Hake of James Madison up a position today at 5 under. And CJ Winchenbaugh, who started the day at 6 under with a bogey to drop down to 5 under from Georgetown.
Dayton. The Flyers. I asked what a flyer was. One of the guys didn't know, but he said, it flies. The other guy confirmed with me that it was the birthplace of aviation. And that's why they are the Flyers. Okay, this is VCU Ram. Zach Felds, the senior. Just outside of the green. Oh, choosing to chip it all the way to the flag, and that needs to stop. Stop. Yeah, unfortunately, that's going to go off the green. I was walking with his dad yesterday. He told me that he's going to attempt going pro. Zach Felds, the senior. And down on the left-hand side, it's Adam Benjic from George Washington University. Very difficult shot here, short-sided chip. He needs to ensure that it gets on the green. Oh, go, go, go. Yep, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Sit. Okay, that will sit. Great job by Adam. Yeah, if you don't clear that, it's going to come back to you. That was the danger with that shot. Okay, we're rocking the bucket hat. That's Justin. And he'll tap that in for bogey. I would give it to him, but, you know, it's competition time. Looks close enough. Maybe he'll mark it. Every stroke counts on here. Yep, just got to make sure it goes in. All right. Now Zach. This would be for par. Sit, sit. Okay. Seems like he's very comfortable with his wedges. Choosing to take the wedge out. I think we've seen a lot of players choose the putter around the green. Very difficult pin today, only 6 paces from the left, 26 on. We've seen all kinds of shots here. We've seen sand bunkers, native areas. They've hit the left tree, the right tree. Now University of Dayton. Okay, seems like he's still gonna, all right, step it out. We're gonna go with Benjik. This is gonna break from left to right. It is downhill for him. It's all about speed here. Come on. Oh. And that'll be a bogey for George Washington University. You know, this hole played on average yesterday, 3.4. So if you make a par here, it's a very good score. Now Victor Caliguri. Everything breaks from right to left. Come on, come on. And it did not break. Went straight. Missed it on the right edge. All right, not what he wanted. Gotta shake it up and go to 14. Now the Rams. The Virginia teams out here have high ranks. These are the teams that you need to be on the lookout for. Nice and easy. There you go. All right. Now Justin Beagley. This is for bogey, and honestly, where he was on that first shot, bogey feels pretty good out here. Again, he hit it on the right side of the car path, almost hit us. Had a great chip, went off the green, hit it back to the green, and now he's got the short putt for bogey. All right. Playing with that yellow ball, bucket hat. All right, guys, so let's see what's going on at the tournament. I just saw Pedro Garcia actually walk past us. But before we get to the leaderboard, let's go to Nick.
All right, back with you here over on 14, and a couple interesting little looks at exactly what the move here is, and everybody going to kind of examine this one in some interesting positions. Of course, it starts over on the far side, and Pedro Garcia from Bowling Green, one of the leaders, in a bit of a tricky spot. He's going to have to figure out exactly how he's going to play this out of those trees. Going over it with his coach. He's looked at putter, he's looked at wedge, but before we get there, as he takes a better look at it, this will be Joe Rawling, South Dakota. Oh, that'll come up just a smidge short. So it should be about a tap-in par for Joe Rawling of the University of South Dakota. So Pedro Garcia will be next to play here. And his coach just trying to talk him through exactly how to get it out of this deep rough. He's got a putter in his hand here, but I'll tell you what, he's got a bit of a distance. And he's in the thick stuff, and it's a little wispy. This is going to be very interesting. This is for Birdie. Comes out okay, and just off of the hole. Tap in par from there. Can't complain too much about that, not one bit. This is Braddock DeMoor. Oh, and that'll just move off to the left-hand side. So Braddock DeMoor will have a tap-in par as well. No problem. Sebastian Casson of Loyola will be next to play. All right, let's see what Sebastian Casson can do for Loyola. For a birdie. Oh, goodness. And just a quick tap-in par. With one to go. Just a little tap-in for Rawling. Rawling for the par here on 14, and everybody in good shape as they move on to number 15 here on the par 4 14th. All right, let's take a quick look at the individual leaderboard here as the day continues to move on. Action has been just fantastic today, and everybody doing a real great job so far, but that leaderboard has not changed too much since we started the day. A nice job by Pedro Garcia to remain in the lead after a par here. He sits at 7 under. Lucas Rizzo Patron currently at 6 under. Michael Matheson through 17 today. He is at 5 under for Towson. And everybody moving along as we touch on the team leaderboard as James Madison has moved up to 12, Richmond at 11, and George Washington at 9. Over to Sara Diaz on 13.
Welcome back to hole number 13, par 3, playing 242. Such a long hole for these guys. But let me tell you, it is beautiful out here. I'm wearing a hat. My cameraman has been wearing a hat. We put on sunscreen because it's getting toasty. Very different from last year when they were having to deal with rain and just poured. And now look at this beautiful golf course, Donald Ross. It's green. It has flourished. And the reason why, it's because they overseeded with rye. So these are Bermuda greens, Bermuda fairways. And now we're seeing the guys that are coming up to the green. We've got George Washington University, Virginia Commonwealth University, Eastern Kentucky, and University of Dayton. Rocking the black shirts with the gray shorts are the Rams. We've got two schools from Richmond. That's the Richmond Spiders and VCU. Looks like Dayton is going to be dealing with a bunker shot. We've got two excellent shots on the green, and those were from VCU and Eastern Kentucky. Philip Thorin from George Washington University is off to the left side. We've seen a lot of balls there. Tough pin, only 6 from the left. You know, players, if they try to be aggressive, they're going to end up on that left side, and it's not an easy chip, short-sided chip, not a lot of room to bounce it in. But first, we're going to go with the flyer, University of Dayton. This is Luke Kale. This is a long bunker shot. Let me tell you guys, these sands, they're not very fluffy, so you got to be very precise. Oh, that's just beautiful. Sit, 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 sit. Oh, I thought it might have a little bit of spin and stop. Okay, you're still on the green. Still a chance to get up and down. Now Philip Thorin, George Washington University, the senior. Gotta bounce it right where the green starts. You can't be cute with it. You gotta get on the green. That's your number one goal with this shot. Oh, sit, 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 sit. Looked like a great shot. He's still gonna have some work left to do. Oh, you know what? I said earlier that the black shirts were the Rams. That is really Eastern University. Yep. Is Rami Samawi, VCU. All right, Jamison Corbin, going up first. He's got his coach with him. This would be a great opportunity for birdie. Left hand low. Gotta make sure you check out that Bermuda green. Okay. All right, so that did not break at all to the left. Went past it for a few feet. What it looked like to be a birdie opportunity, now it's gonna be a struggling par. All right, so Rami had a chance to see Jamison putt. These can be hard to read. Yeah, gotta take another look from behind. That's what I like to do. Look at it from all angles. All right, Luca Kale going first. This is to save par. Come on, Luke. Oh. Just didn't quite get it there. You know, it's an easy mistake when you've had, different around the hole. You want to be very careful, but you gotta stay aggressive. Give it a chance for a par. All right, this is Rami. Samawi, the freshman from VCU. Let's see if he learned anything from the previous putts. Oh, I missed it on the right. Okay. Easy tap in for Rami. I spoke to the guys yesterday, and they were telling me that biggest challenge out here, well, it was a combination of answers, but they said the greens as much as the tees were a challenge. That seems like it's, every course, but especially with these Donald Ross courses, you got to stay below the pin. Otherwise, it gets really tricky. This is Thorin. To save par. Oh, I know it, Philip. Breaks my heart too. All right, let's regroup. Get all the emotions out of the way. All right. Not what he wanted, but he's out of the most challenging hole on the course. And on to 14 he goes. We've got one more. Jamison Corbin with a bogey. That hurts, you guys. He had an opportunity for birdie, comes out of 13 with a 4. And Luke, just to finish off. Oh my God. Can't believe that happened. He just kissed the left edge, did not go in. He's going to mark this ball again. Yeah. Let's reset. Line up the ball. Oof. All right. Luke Hale, University of Dayton, struggling on the 13th. Now here's some of the highlights that we have seen. Take it away, group. Back on the tee on hole number 13, this is Jackson Brimfield from Virginia Commonwealth University. Oh, on the green. That's exactly what you want to do. Center of the green. Great job for the grad student, Jackson. Living in Richmond, Virginia as he attends at VCU. They've got a great grad program over there. Not sure if he's majoring in sports management, but they are one of the top programs in the nation. Now from University of Dayton, rocking the red shirt, big crush. Oh, this one went to the left. He's starting to feel a little bit of wind, and it's helping the players. Okay, we got two more on the tee. And this is the Mexican Manuel Barbachano from George Washington University. All right, this one's heading straight to us. All right. I'd be lying if I told you my heart didn't skip a beat there. And this is Risto Janakiev. I hope my Slovakian pronunciation is pretty good. We were practicing yesterday during our interview. Great young man from Slovakia, playing for Eastern Kentucky University. He's a freshman. 242 to the pin today, playing from the very back tees. This one looks good. Come on. Sit. Oh. All right, just off the green, bounced on the green. Pretty good shots. Manuel Barbachano will have to deal with a difficult lie here right in front of us in the sand. But I'll tell you something. Risto Janakiev, the Slovakian from playing for Eastern Kentucky University, I was speaking with him yesterday. And I said, what's been the biggest difference for you living in the United States? And he said, you know, Sara, here in the U.S. is just so. And so we're going to go, go, go. Let's go to Jacob.
All right, Jakob, par 3, number 13. Through the heart of the golf course a little bit right now. This one a little longer. What's the mental thinking before you even go off the tee here with this one?
I mean, anything short right, anything right of the green is perfectly fine. I mean, left side's pretty dead. I'm thinking cut, slight cut down the right side. It's gonna be totally fine. Get something running on the front edge of the green. I mean, taking par here every single day of the tournament is gonna be golden.
What was your number you got with the gun?
Well, pin's 240, but
Okay.
I'm not gonna go even for that club.
So
I'm probably going like 4-iron front edge.
Okay.
Either 2-putt. Worst case scenario, 3-putt bogey. Not that big of a deal. Not gonna lose too much on the field.
while we got you, since we're hanging out, let's just talk about what you have in the bag real quick too. Are you playing all Callaways?
Nope. My bag is completely weird. I have one Titleist wedge, 3 Wilson wedges. Then I have my 10-iron, which is a pitching wedge, all the way up to 4-iron in the Apex Callaways.
Okay.
Then I have a Callaway 2-iron and a Titleist driver, Scotty Cameron putter. So this bag's like all over the place.
Okay. Just because of feel and what you like?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not the type to get fitted or something.
Okay.
It's just like, I don't know, whatever suits my eye, whatever feels good off the club face, that's what I'm going to use.
How often do you switch the irons out?
These are 4 years old right now.
Okay, I love it.
My wedges I switch out twice a year.
Okay, all right.
And then my driver is going to stay in the bag until it starts being bad.
Okay,
so
I understand that.
I'm not going to change that ever.
My driver and I aren't getting along right now. Oh yeah.
It's good for that one pin.
Yep. Pot a piece. Move left.
Yep. That's basically where I wanted it. So.
That was a Callaway. All right, Jakob. Did exactly what you said off the tee. Tricky little putt here though. Or maybe not.
I mean, it's just basic lag. It's going to go up the hill a little bit at the beginning.
Okay.
Kind of funnel off to the left and downhill at the end. Nothing crazy.
See those pasta hands.
Oh, yeah.
Want me to mark that ball?
I'm going to move that ball.
Yeah, yeah. Oof. Do you take a look at it from a bunch of different angles usually?
Oh, it really depends.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really rely on the striker line too much.
Okay.
Because, I mean, sometimes it visually doesn't match.
Yeah.
But usually, yeah. Usually from here, I'll go on the opposite side of the hole, look from it that way. I mean, it's always nice to get some couple angles in.
Sure.
Look at the putt, but I don't try to overthink it. I mean, at this point, I'm only thinking about pace.
All right, well, I got $100 on it if you drain this.
$100 if I drain it?
Yep.
Okay, no pressure.
Okay, no pressure.
Oh, they're so
Get
slow.
going.
Oh, they're so
You
slow.
kind of had the line, though.
Yeah.
Got that for par. Was it the slowness or the $100?
No, it's the slowness, unfortunately.
You want it in or out?
You can take it out.
All
All right, thanks.
Yeah. Are you sweating over this distance?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say so.
Okay.
I mean,
It's a tricky putt.
yeah. Putting's definitely not been the strong part of my game this season, so.
Has that putter been in the bag forever?
No, this is actually a funny story.
Okay.
I used to be a blade and non-center shaft putter, and then my coach was like, you can't putt possibly worse, was that thing. So he gave me he played on the DP tour.
Okay.
And he had like this, like, I don't know, makeshift center shafted mallet putter.
Okay.
And he's like, oh, go ahead and play with that one tournament. And I shot 11 under in 3 days, putted great. So ever since then, I just used the center shaft.
I would say it's a good switch.
Yeah.
Get in there. That's all right. Tough one. Left hand low too.
Yeah.
I like
That's
that.
always been that way.
Yeah, I just started that. Jaco,
Oh,
thanks, my friend.
Nice
Appreciate
meeting
you. Good luck the rest of the way, huh?
Yep. You
All
too.
right.
Okay, back with you over here on 14, and it's another switch of teams, as now it's the group of George Washington, Virginia Commonwealth, Eastern Kentucky, and the University of Dayton. 14 has played pretty tricky today. Everybody gonna take a quick look at this one. This is gonna start with Victor Caligari, the senior from Cincinnati, Ohio. He's competed in 15 rounds over 5 events, led the team with a 71.27 scoring average. 3 top 10 finishes, has this for a birdie here on 14. Moving left. Oh, gosh, and he thought he had it. Oh, Caligari. With a great look at it. One more look at this. And that birdie putt just barely stayed out to the right-hand side. Another look at a birdie. That was Jamison Corbin of Eastern Kentucky University. That was for a birdie. Tapping that one in for a par. It's going to be Adam Benjic next to play for George Washington University. The sophomore from Slovakia. Taking a look at it, this is his birdie attempt. He doesn't believe that one just did what it did. He had that dead to rights, and it just lipped out on him. One more look. Zach Feltz left to play here. The senior from St. George, Utah. That birdie just moved off to the left. I'll just have to tap this one in here for a par. Wow, this VCU team has shown the ability to win tournaments and contend for titles. We'll see if they can't get it done here. Let's go back out to Sara Diaz.
This is Risto Yanakiev for Birdie, Eastern Kentucky University. Come on, Janice. Oh, you just held by the body movement that went in. That would have been, I believe, the third birdie that we've seen today. Not a lot on this hole, but a great attempt by Risto, the freshman from Slovakia. All right, so TJ Crush from Dayton holding the flag. He already finished with the bogey. This is Jackson Brimfield, VCU, trying to save his par. Still a knee knocker here. These are the putts that you practice again and again and again so they can just be automatic. And it wasn't the case for Jackson. All right, now what he wanted, gets out of here with a bogey. So let's take a look at the individual leaderboard today. Currently leading the tournament, Pedro Garcia from Spain, playing for Bowling Green. 8 under. I talked to him yesterday. He said he's been feeling really, really confident about his game. Trailing behind him, Anders Larson, Eastern Kentucky, 6 under. And also tied with Anders is Lucas Rizzo Patron from Richmond. Gotta watch out for those spiders. And then CJ. CJ was actually leading the tournament yesterday, fell back. And Michael Matheson, 4 under, along with a few other players trying to make their way up the leaderboard. I do expect for these guys to be shooting low scores today with the beautiful weather. All right, so now let's take a look at the team scores. James Madison, the Bulldogs, and the Richmond Spiders. That's where I went to school, you guys. That's the school that I played for. Tied at 11 under. George Washington follows. 2 strokes behind, 9 under, and St. John's at 5 under. This has been moving quite frequently. It's going to be a close call. Tomorrow is the final round. Today, the guys are going to be finishing up 3 rounds of 18. And let me tell you, Richmond, they came off of a recent win. They had a record week shooting 34 under at the Loyola Intercollegiate. One of their players also won the individual tournament. So they're coming here at Mid-Pines with a lot of confidence. Got to watch out for those Virginia teams. So let's take a look at the 14th hole. Let's look at it from above and let's fly over it.
The 14th hole is a beautifully balanced par 4 measuring 361 yards that highlights the natural contours of the property. The tee shots play into a fairway that subtly bends through the landscape, encouraging players to find the proper angle into the green. The approach leads to a Ross green protected by bunkers and surrounding slopes that repels slightly mishit shots. It's a hole that rewards precision and thoughtful shot selection.
Back with you here on 14. Beauty of a shot from the fairway from about 100 yards out, and this one is a classic miss just off to the left. Oof. So that's Jamison Corbin of Eastern Kentucky University finds himself off on the left-hand side, and now off to the left in the bunker, and a common miss here as well. This is Rami Samawi of VCU. This is you know what, honestly, I was about to say it's a bad situation, but it's not. He's not in the sand. He's well in front of that hump that's there, and we're going to get to his shot in just a moment. But first, one more look at Jamison Corbin's. Goodness, that's off onto the left-hand side. He's going to have a tricky situation over there, and we've seen that. Guys have elected to putt that. So next to play, it will be Rami. He's going to take a double look at this one and just hang on it for a second. I think he's trying to figure out exactly what his distance is. So now will be the play. All right, here is Rami Samawi from the right side of this fairway. Samawi, ooh, this one is a little punchy. Needed a bigger ball flight. That's got to sit. Oof. And he's going to find himself off into that left rough as well. He's in a very similar position as Jamison Corbin, the sophomore. So those will be a couple of interesting shots for sure. Next up is Philippe Corbin. Corbin of George Washington. He had the best tee shot, about 100-yard. Hit this one well, got it big. It's going to spin. And has just hit the front of that, so it's going to just come a little bit short of falling off that front edge. All right, so everybody in good position here as they will get themselves up to the green. And we are going to take a look at what hole 14 looks like from above. This is the flyover for hole number 14 here at Mid-Pines for the Donald Ross Collegiate.
The 14th hole is a beautifully balanced par 4 measuring 361 yards that highlights the natural contours of the property. The tee shots play into a fairway that subtly bends through the landscape, encouraging players to find the proper angle into the green. The approach leads to a Ross green protected by bunkers and surrounding slopes that repel slightly mishit shots. It's a hole that rewards precision and thoughtful shot selection.
Welcome back to hole number 13. Thank you for being with us. We just saw Evan chip up from George Washington University. Got a couple of guys that missed the green. We saw earlier Carson Looney from VCU get it out of the sand on the right-hand side. And the one we see on the green, that's the junior from Eastern Kentucky University, Zach Watterson. Let's go with Brecken Taylor first. Also missed the green. It's going to be a tricky chip shot, but okay, it doesn't seem like it was trouble for Mr. Taylor. Tricky over there because the grass is going against you, so the club face can get stuck on it very easily. And also because it's a short-sided chip, you don't have a lot of room to land it. And I'll tell you what, on this par 3, hole 13, the most difficult on the course, I haven't been seeing a lot of balls that are spinning. They all have been releasing. We'll go with Carson Looney as he tries to save it for par. This is going to go uphill, then downhill. All right. All right, now Zach Watterson. Right to left. Just got to commit to the shot. Give it a very good pace. Come on, drop. Oh, all right. Let's go with my partner, Nick.
All right, well, this was just a moment ago. Luke Colley, the sophomore from Mason, Ohio. He competed in 4 events for a total of 12 rounds during the fall season. Had to punch out, so this was his 3rd. Puts it to in a real good spot to give him a chance at par from what was before an impossible position. All right, back with you here live now on 14. Glad to have you along here on Babygrande. This is Justin Begley of Eastern Kentucky University. Looking for his birdie. The senior from Manchester, Kentucky. Played in all 9 events as a junior with 26 total rounds. He's got this for a 3 here on 14. Yeah, he knew it after he hit it, just not enough. And it's a tough putt to judge. It's uphill a little bit, and then it's drastically downhill, and it's a slider from left to right. So, wow, not even going to mark this. Bold. That's a more than tap in 4, but okay. See if it works out for him, Cotton, and it did. All right, well, just a few moments ago, we showed you that shot of Luke Colley from the University of Dayton, and he needs to make a tester here for par after punching out from the pine straw on the far left of this fairway. Didn't have a shot at it because of these overhanging pines, so this would be a all-world par for the sophomore. Nah, gonna miss it. No, it's a bogey. Colley, who equaled his career low with back-to-back rounds of 68 at the Marshall Figness Invitational and finished at 2 under. Just misses this to the outside, and that's unfortunately a bogey. Had a chance at it, gave himself a look. All right. Philippe Thorne, George Washington University. And he'll just walk away from this one. And a routine par here at 14 as we head back over to Sara Diaz.
All right, back on the tee, 13. All right, so from the tee box, it looks like the hole is downhill. But if you stand on the green, it actually is the same elevation as the tee box. So no need to calculate extra yardage or less yardage for this downhill par 3. Tight pin on the left side, 6 paces from the left. 26 on. This looks like it's Tanner Cadu, Virginia Commonwealth University. Yesterday. And it's heading left of the green. Right on it. Good job, Tanner. There's a slope right there. But you know what? It's not rolling back, so you're okay to hit it on that slope that's about 10 paces from the front of the green. Next on the tee, Eastern Kentucky University, the senior, Anders Larson. They're great shots. Yep. Perfect. That's exactly what you want to do. Not exactly pin high, but this will give you 2 putts, hopefully, that are stress-free. Lost it in the air, but I see it now. Oh my gosh, great shot. Love it, guys. This is what college golf is all about. Let me tell you something. This will feel like you are on top of it. Now Dayton, this is Jacob Garland. .242, you guys, I think I would actually have to hit this one, and these guys are hitting an iron, probably 3 iron, 4 iron if you're a long hitter. And short of the green. All right. Not ideal, but it's not in the worst location. As we have seen, the trickier spots have been off to the right side in the sand or the native area, or off to the left. So really, as long as you're center on this hole, you are okay. We're over at Mid Pines Golf Course, Donald Ross. And the thing about Donald Ross golf courses is they're not overly intimidating to the eye, okay? Aesthetically, they don't overwhelm you, but this is the Scottish-American course designer who famously designed Pinehurst No. 2, and his belief was that good golf could be rewarded if you hit the right shot. So this is a trickier shot. Now let's go to the flyover.
The 13th hole is the longest par 3 on the course at 216 yards, and it is one of the most demanding tests. That tee shot must carry a significant distance to reach the green, which is set within a dramatic natural setting of sand and pine. Bunkers guard the putting surface and create a narrow target from the tee. With its length and exposed position, wind often becomes a factor here. Par is always a welcome score.
All right, back with you here on 14, and it's funny how many people find the same trouble and the same misses on a golf hole. Well, that's one of the most fun things about posting up and watching some very good golfers play the very same hole all day long. The miss on this hole is right into the pine straw and sand traps, and then the approach shot is a miss either short or long left into some difficult rough. This is Zach Watterson, the junior of Eastern Kentucky, from the fairway. Did not get all of that drive, well underjudged it, had about a 180-yard shot. This is going to come up short and right of the pin. He's going to have an interesting chip shot that's going to run way away from him. That one will be tricky. Not for me. I would just mark down the double and walk away. All right, next to play will be on that far left-hand side if you're looking at the camera of the fairway, and that is the player from the University of Dayton. That is Brecken Taylor. He's found himself in the waste bunker / pine straw on the right-hand side. Tricky shot, less than 100. Call it about 92 yards here to this pin. Won't get much on this, so he's going to have to hit it clean. Oh, he got this up in the air. You know what? That's impressive. We've seen a lot of those come out very funky. That's a great shot. Got spin on it, and that'll come all the way back. He's pin high for a beautiful opportunity at birdie from a difficult lie-in position. Nicely done. That is impressive from there. That's probably the best shot we've seen out of that mess since. One more look at it. Just perfect. Difficult positioning, catches it clean, gets some spin on it, and that's how he was able to do that. Puts himself in a really good spot there. All right, love that. All right, so back on to the far side, this is Evan Eichenlaub from George Washington University. Now, he's got a tricky spot. So Eichenlaub, the junior from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, was an All-American honorable mention, and as a sophomore at Babson appeared in all 9 tournaments. This is a tricky shot. He's got a lip to contend with. He's going to have to get this up quick. And now it's got to stop. Got to stop. Spin. Okay, well, you know what? He got it out of that mess, And that's going to fly just past the pin. He's going to have a downhill, uphill, and then a downhill putt that's going to move hard from right to left. But he's on board out of a tricky situation as this group makes their way to the green here on 14. Over to Sara Diaz on 13.
Welcome back. Hole number 13. We're looking at Jacob Garland from University of Dayton. He hit a great chip, was just short of the green on his tee shot. Unfortunately, the ball rolled off the green. So he has this for par. Oh. Yeah, we can feel the frustration too, Jacob. Not an easy hole. Let's go back to my partner, Nick.
All right, back with you here on 14 Green. So glad to have you all along. If you're not following Babygrande on our social medias, make sure you're doing that. We've got a ton of the features that you're seeing throughout the broadcast available for you to watch. We've got tons and tons of interviews from here. Our CJ Grande and Sara Diaz doing such a great job with all of those, so make sure you'll catch it. All right, Eastern Kentucky University's Anders Larson. Sorry, this is Zach Watterson. Tricky chip here. Ooh, nice and punchy. That's got to sit. Bite, bite, hit it, bite. Heel. Nice shot there. I really do like that from Zach Watterson. Watterson appeared in 12 events and 34 rounds of competition, a scoring average of 74.12 with top two finishes. Finished third at the Colonial Shootout and has a real good look for a par from a difficult spot. Not sure who's going to be next to play. I think it's going to be Jacob Garland from Dayton. Garland, the senior, out of Nashville, Tennessee. One of my favorite places on the planet, by the way. Especially if you love some country music. Mike and lob for Birdie. Oh, just off onto the left, and that will be a tap-in par. He wanted better than that, that's for sure. Deserved better than that. Brecken Taylor from the University of Dayton. Got a long one here. Gotta go. Oh, tap in par for Taylor. No stress there. That'll be all right. Anders Larson of Eastern Kentucky. Oof, just off to the right. Larson will tap that one in for a par as well. Pars all around here, and this 14th starting to play a little trickier as the day goes on and this green firms up a bit. Everybody through 14 as we have a few groups left to come through here. All right, well, the rules officials are so important here, and the ones in Pinehurst are some of the most famous. Sara Diaz caught up with one of them.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Sara Diaz, and I am standing with the local legend, Larry, one of our rules officials. Larry, how's it going?
It's going real good today. We're happy.
So, Larry, you mentioned to me that we have some spotters out in certain holes. Here is one of them. We're standing on hole number 16, and we're trying to be quiet because there's actually players coming through. But tell us about these holes, why we have spotters, and why it might be tricky for the players.
Yeah, in some cases, most of these players hit the ball so far, they're so long, that there are some areas that are blind shots. So we like to have somebody helping us out, keeping players moving, finding balls.
You mentioned that it was hole number 3. We're on 16. What are the other 2 holes?
Hole number 5, which is a long par 4 that's downhill, and then hole number 10, which is a par 5 going uphill.
Yeah. Tell us about maybe some of the trickier rules that you've had to dealt in the past. We're at Mid Pines, and you were telling me that most of these guys are used to dealing with the pine needles and the sand traps and the native areas, but is there a particular ruling that maybe you've had to look up in the past that you weren't sure what the rule was about?
Well, in a lot of cases, there are 25 rules of golf, a lot of different sections within those 25 rules. And it's hard to keep track or at least remember them all. So it's not unusual to pull the rule book out or pull the phone out now with the app on it and check on a rule, particularly when it comes to equipment, for instance.
Yeah, for sure. And we saw something very unique a little while ago. You mentioned that one of the players had an equipment ruling. What was that about?
The player on hole number 6 hit his drive and cracked the face of the driver.
Oh my God.
So he wanted to know if he could continue to play with that particular club. So he's allowed to.
He's allowed to.
He needs to take it out of play at the end of the round, but he's allowed to. So.
Well, now you know. We learned something from Larry. Larry, thank you so much for being out here.
You're welcome.
And we'll see you out there.
Good day.
All right. Oh, Sara Diaz doing such a great job for us. We so appreciate it. We've got a ton more fun stuff coming for you, too, so make sure you stick with us here on Babygrande. A look at the individual leaderboard. Currently, Pedro Garcia of Bowling Green at 7 under through 16 today. 3 under on the day today, 4 under yesterday. Lucas Rizzo Patron of Richmond, 6 under through 9, 5 under on that first day, 1 under today. Anders Larson of Eastern Kentucky, Carson Baez from Richmond, both of them at 5 under, and a slew of players at 4 under, including Michael Matheson, Michael Hake, Vaclav Tike, Eli Weidman, and more at 3 under. So everybody in the mix here at Mid Pines. All right, a look at this next group as they make their way after their tee shots here on 14, which is proving to be a little bit tricky, but it's Maxime Lamb of George Washington University, Tanner Cadeau of VCU, Anders Larson of EKU, Eastern Kentucky University, and Jacob Garland of the University of Denver. a better look at some of these players so we get you familiar with them. Of course, Maxime Lamb of George Washington University out of Paris, France, the sophomore, and before GW was a paying all-region 2024-25 first team Great American Conference at Henderson State University, ranked as high as 79th in D2 golf, 71.9 adjusted scoring average, and to make that jump from D2 to D1 and do such a great job, it's impressive. Jacob Garland of the University of Dayton, senior, saw action in 12 rounds over 4 events. Posted a 75-67 scoring average and equaled his career low with a 67 4-under on the second 18 at Marshall's Joe Fagan's Invitational, and a member of the Student Athlete Advisory Committee. Just another one of these great players in this foursome here in VCU. Tanner Cadeau. Tanner Cadeau, a sophomore from Greensboro, North Carolina, ranked 464. And last one, Anders Larson of Eastern Kentucky, Pine Island, Minnesota, the senior, played 34 total rounds over 12 events in his first year as a Colonial. Recorded the team's best scoring average for the season at 72.68 strokes per round. Best individual finish came at the Mesquite Desert Classic, where he finished second, scoring 12 under. All right, well, let's look at what this foursome looks like as they are all squared away and ready to hit golf shots here in the fairway of 14. Once again, that miss, we've seen it all day long off to the far right side of this fairway from the tee box, looking ahead. If you're looking at it from your current position, he's on that right side, just in that pine straw, just short of the bunker, and that's where the miss has been. I believe he was going to be the first to play, but now it will not be. It'll come from the fairway. And this will be Anders Larson of Eastern Kentucky. Here's Larson, his second. All right, that's fine. Just fine. Got that just beyond the pin, spun it back a little bit in a safe spot. No problem there. Next to play will be Tanner Cadeau from Virginia Commonwealth, VCU. He's in that tricky spot off on the right-hand side. A little bit of pine straw to contend with. This is not an easy move. Seen some great shots out of here. We've seen some tough ones out of here. Where will it rank for Cadeau? Short. And the false front will push that one back down into the fairway. So Jacob Garland of the University of Dayton will be next to play. He's just on the right side of that fairway there. This is a pretty routine shot. If you want it to be anywhere, this is kind of where you want to be, truthfully. Got about 100 yards in, maybe a little bit less. So probably a full wedge, especially with the slope of this green. It's elevated. Ball below his feet a little bit. So tricky shot here for Garland. Garland gets it up in the air. Got a lot of turf. I almost said surf. I'm thinking surf and turf. Maybe that's the option for dinner tonight. A little steak, a little seafood on the coast. Come to the coast. Have a good time. Those watching and recognize that line from Die Hard? Yes, it is a Christmas movie. Maxime Lamb of George Washington will be next to play. Oh, Lamb's hit this well. Up in the air, right at the pin. Has to sit a bit. Or go a little bit more. What do I know? I'm just a doctor. Puts this one right at the flagstick. And a couple of good looks at Birdie and a tough chip up. And that false front. 14 continuing to prove to be all sorts of fun for these golfers. All right, everybody up here now on 14.
Where are you at?
All right, back with you here on 14. Is getting ready for some birdie putts and a interesting chip or so. Happy to have you with us here on Babygrande Golf. Nick Gismondi, Sara Diaz with us over on 13, and a pleasure having you all with us. There's a couple long ones here. This has been a testy one for sure. Anders Larson of EC, Eastern Kentucky, will be first to play. Big curler from right to left. Oh. He thought he had it. Thought he had it. I'll have to settle for a tap in par here on 14. One more look at this. Big curver, gonna move really hard from right to left up the hill. So not only do you have to get the line right, you got to get the pace right. Oh, just short. Jacob Garland looking as though he will play next from Dayton. Bit of a weird slope here. It's going to move from left to right. Downhill. 20-footer. Get going. Just short. Tap in par for Jacob Garland. Maxime Lamb of George Washington University next to play. This one moving from right to left. Be uphill most of the way and just a touch of down at the end. He's going to have to play this about 2 cups out to the right. Turn. Had the line, missed the pace. Tap in par. Throws a quick mark on it. Tanner Cadeau of VCU looking to finish. Got it. Nice par for him from a tough spot. And so Lamb with just a little bit left here. Lamb finishes it off, and everybody in good shape here on number 14 as we get set to head back over to 13 in just a moment. But first, let's take a look at that individual leaderboard. And it continues to sort of stay right where it's at. Pedro Garcia at 7 under through 17. He's 3 under on the day. Patron currently sitting at 6 under. Larson at 5 under. Tichy at 5 under. And Matheson, Baez, Hake, and Weidman all sitting at 4 under. As for the team lead, Richmond
back in the driver's seat. They are sitting at 12 under. How about the day of Rizzo Patron at 1 under and Quinn Paulin at 1 under, getting a little bit of everything from that Richmond team. James Madison at 8 under. George Washington at 1 point had the lead. They currently sit at 6 under. And St. John's down in 4th at 4 under. Over to Sara Diaz. She's on 13. Back with you on 14 as everybody finding the fairway for the most part. Couple little loops is squirt left, and that's just how it goes sometimes. So funny how the misses are exactly the same over here on 14. You're either missing left or you're missing on the right-hand side. This is Parker Mollinger of the University of Richmond, Ethan Anderson of James Madison, Alan Rose of Georgetown, and David Melnick of St. John's University. He doesn't like that. That's a miss, but it's not. He'll find it on the right side of the green here. It stays short of the bunker. It's just going to be a long putt for birdie. You can two putt from there, not a problem at all. All right, Parker Mollinger of the University of Richmond. Next to play, middle of the fairway, perfect spot, 100 yards. Full wedge. Love this. Get tight. Spin. Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh, I thought that was going to spin way more than he did. Above the hole, downhill putt, right to left. Alan Rose of Georgetown will be next to play. Here's Georgetown. Also about 100 yards. Perfect position. Jealous that he's in the shade. On its way to the green. Spin a little. Won't in the rough, that's for sure. He's fine. Just finds himself in an okay spot. A little bit of a chip there. And now the tricky one. This one's going to come out of the rough and the pine straw in the hazard area, but you can play it from there. Just going to have to bend it around these pines. Oh, that catches a piece of tree branch. Got to go. Oh, my goodness. He got lucky. It took a little piece of pine with it. A little sap on that ball as he gets ready to make a putt for birdie from a difficult position. As this foursome makes their way up to this tricky Donald Ross green that's got that ridiculous false front. One more look at it from over here in the pine straw. Beautiful shot. Just catches a little piece. Tanner Godot, VCU. Ooh. Got away with it. Got away with it. And he'll take it. Over to Sara, standing by on 13.
This is Drew Carlin, University of Richmond, trying to save his par. Tricky putt. We've seen it all day long. Ooh! I went around the hole and in. Yes. Let's go, Spiders. Oh, what a relief. All right, JMU, the Bulldogs. This is Owen Coase. You'll see on this hole that nobody really taps in. Everybody takes their time. Tricky pin, difficult hole today at the 13th. There you go. Par for Owen, JMU. Now Carson Eric at Georgetown University. First, his tee shot went to the right, got in the bunker, was able to get it out nicely. Unfortunately, missed his par putt, so this is for bogey. Very delicate shot. There we go. All right, bogey it is for Carson Eric. The last one to go, Max McColgan, St. John's University. This private school in New York really hasn't been seeing a lot of sunshine lately with their winter storms and snow. Easy putt for Max. Well done on this difficult par 3, 13th. Let's go see what's going on with Nick.
All right, back on 14 and a look at some of these putts here. Parker Mollinger, Ethan Anderson, Alan Rose, David Milnick. That was a tricky one. David Milnick out of New York from St. John's University will have a tap-in par. No problem there. Long look at it for birdie. That'll be another tap-in par. Mollinger, best chance at birdie here today, needs this downhill right to left. Just off to the left-hand side. Tap-in par for Mollinger. And that leaves the cleanup here for Alan Rose of Georgetown. Got it. And then we'll move on from the 14th here at Mid Pines. All right, back on the tee box at 14. The group of Drew Carlin from Richmond, Owen Cozy of James Madison, Carson Eric of Georgetown, and Max McLaughlin of St. John's University here on the tee, and they are away on 14 as we continue a little bit of a slow round of golf here from Mid Pines in Pinehurst, North Carolina. All right, back to Sara Diaz over on 13, but first, let's take a look from above.
The 13th hole is the longest par 3 on the course at 216 yards, and it is one of the most demanding tests. That tee shot must carry a significant distance to reach the green, which is set within a dramatic natural setting of sand and pine. Bunkers guard the putting surface and create a narrow target from the tee. With its length and exposed position, wind often becomes a factor here. Par is always a welcome score.
Welcome back to hole number 13. Now let's have you fly over this hole and see why these players are so challenged with this hole. All right. You guys were able to see why there's so many challenges on hole number 13. Walking onto the green, Alex Sebal, James Madison University. And then we see Coach Adam Decker from University of Richmond, along with the junior Quinn Paulin. So we've got 2 balls on the left-hand side of the green, 1 on the green. Alex just picked up his ball, he marked it. And then we have one right in front of our camera. And that's going to be Georgetown, Drew Schonberg. You know, some of the guys walked behind us earlier and they said, Sara, why did you set up a camera on this hole? It's the most difficult. But you know what, guys? This is where we can see you shine. These are the challenging times. Of course, we would love to see all the birdie fests that occur on the par 5s. Those are reachable. But, you know, we had to sit on this difficult par. Interesting. Just going to take a look at this. Green clicks. Green. You know, even if you're on the green on your tee shot, it doesn't promise a 3. This is where the Donald Ross course really defends itself. On the par 3s, 242. Pin is tucked on the left corner, only 6 paces from the left, 26 on. Trying to see who's going to go first. Looks like it's St. John's University. Joseph. This will be a great opportunity for Richmond, the current leader of the tournament, to see what this ball does as Joseph sets up. And what we've been seeing is that you really can't stop it. Oh, and I am wrong. He was able to do so. You know, even though this course, playing approximately 6,700, is really not that long for these guys. That's what they were telling me. They tend to play longer courses. It's definitely one of the trickiest courses just because of the way it's set up. Par 5s are reachable. Par 3s are a challenge. All right, we're going to go with looks like it's Drew. I think that. Nope. James Madison University up next on the green. This is going to be a long lag putt. It's all about feel here. Pretty straight putt. Just got to be careful that he doesn't go past it. Otherwise, it's going to roll off the green. But he's fine. Just cozy it up there. Not a gimme, but pretty close enough. All right. Now Georgetown University, Drew Schonberg. Opting to go with the wedge here. Has some grass to go over. Aiming just right of the pin. This one's going to turn left. It has to stop, stop, stop. Oh, no. All right. It did stop there. We've been seeing a lot of balls roll off the edge of the fighters. All right, calling it to sit. We'll still have some work left to do, but not bad for the Richmond Spider. Coach Adam Decker was actually at University of Richmond when I was still playing, my last year being 2015. It's been a while. They promised me some gear. I haven't seen it just yet. I saw the Spiders also 2 weeks ago at the girls' tournament. Coach Adam, need that gear. I got to represent the school. Richmond currently leading 12 under. And right behind it is George Washington at 8 under. And in third place, James Madison, 5 under. Here's Drew. Trying to save the par. Just around the pin seems to be very troubling for the guys. Cannot quite get the right read from about 5 to 6 feet around the pin. It's a little bit tricky because the hole is leaning towards the left. But where you see Joseph from St. John's University, there's a slope there. This is going to be a downhill putt for him. Oh, no. Kissed the right edge, went to the left, unable to secure that par. All right. And that is a bogey for St. John's University. Now the Bulldog from JMU. We got several Virginia schools in this tournament. James Madison being from Harrisburg, Virginia. Very carefully. Hoo-hoo-hoo.
All right, so Georgetown just cleaning up a par putt, and that takes us to David Milnick of St. John's University for his birdie putt. That's going to travel and end up just a little bit short. So it'll be a tap-in par for St. John's. And Ethan Anderson of James Madison next to putt for birdie. Oh, and that'll travel and come up just a smidge short, so it'll be a tap-in par for James Madison. And the Spiders, who find themselves in good position here, have Parker Mollinger next, the junior. Appeared in all 5 events during the fall, averaging a 73.87. Travel. Oh. Just a touch short. And that'll be a tap-in. Par. David Melnick for the cleanup. Takes a quick look at it. It's not exactly a gimme. A little meat left on the bone here. All right, and a par there. And just a little bit left for Ethan Anderson of James Madison. All right, and a tap-in par here over on 14 as our coverage continues for another hour and a half live here on Babygrande Golf. All right, here's a look at some of the highlights so far from today in round 2's action from Mid-Pines.
Happy to be with you on 13. Oh my goodness, what a great shot by Michael Hack, James Madison University. I think we've only seen about 3 birdies today. Very difficult hole. Hopefully this is another one that we see. We saw a couple earlier on today. Really have to go in and be on the right side of the pin if you want to make that birdie. We've seen so many balls on the left-hand side of the green, but we're seeing these group of young men, Carson Baez, University of Richmond. Carson, who recently captured an individual title at 17 under, the lowest tournament score in program history. He set a new record. We've got Michael Hack, James Madison University, Barnes Blake, Georgetown University, and then Matthew DeFiore. I believe that's how you pronounce it. Gotta add that flair from St. John's University. I was able to see Carson yesterday on a few shots. This guy hits it long and straight. Something that I've really enjoyed about these guys is just how long they hit it, just so much power. 242, this par 3, hole 13. I would almost have to get my driver out. These guys are hitting 3-iron, 4, but with long irons, very hard to spin the ball, very hard to stop it on the green. We've had very little wind. Right now it feels like it's just slightly against the players, but really it's been pretty calm out here. We're in the 70s now. It's nice and toasty. A lot of parents out here escaping the cold weather. Got a lot of fans. And we see Georgetown. Barnes Blake smiling at us, even though he's in the sand. All right, the thing about this, well, before I tell you about the shot that he's about to hit, let's take a look at the individual leaderboard. And it is Pedro Garcia, Spanish player from Bowling Green, still leading the tournament, 7 under. For today, he is 3 under, and then Lucas Rizzo Patron, just a shot back. The Spider trying to get to the top of the leaderboard, and then we see Anders Larson and Michael Matheson from Townsend. All right, and we're going to stay really quiet here as Georgetown is hitting his sand shot. Gotta whisper into the mic, don't want to distract these players. All right, Georgetown just got out of the sand, so we're going to the team leaderboard. Richmond still leading the way, 12 under, followed by George Washington and James Madison. Richmond has been leading really the whole day today. Just saw Adam Decker, the coach, walk bypass me, and he said, "What are you doing here? This is the hardest hole." And I said, "That's right, coach, go Spiders. This is where we're going to remain. We got to see the guys how they handle adversity." A lot of red numbers today on the leaderboard. All right, let's go back to the green. This is Carson Baez, the lefty from University of Richmond. This is where your wedge game is going to be tested. It had looked like the ball had stopped right outside the green, but it seems like it rolled all the way back. Now Carson has a short-sided chip to deal with. This is going to be very hard to stop it. This is a downhill chip. Oh, sit. All right, not bad. Not bad for the Spiders. Carson shot 4 under yesterday. Great round for the Spider. Currently even. Had a birdie on hole number 10, a bogey on 11. And he had an eagle on that hole number 5. The par 5. right, as everybody sets up. Gotta tell you that we're standing on the right side of the green here, as our camera suggests. And we've been the target several times. I am risking my life, and so has Ben, the cameraman, to be out here with you guys. So I hope you guys have a nice drink with you. Water, food, snacks. And you're enjoying this great broadcast. Division I players, the best in the nation. This is Barnes Blake, Georgetown University. This is to save par. Remember, he was in the sand earlier on. Come on, nope. And that's the putt that we've been seeing all day long from this angle. It just doesn't break. Stays to the right of the hole. Okay, we are hearing some sirens. Ambulance seems to be driving by, so I hope it's not too much. Come on. I just passed it. All right, now. It's like that. The hole, but we're going to mark it just in case. That was Michael Hack. James Madison University. And now is Carson.
All right, action from around the green now here over on 14 as the long round continues for this group. Drew Carlin, Owen Coase, Carson Eric, and Max McCloggin. Good go at it there by Max McCloggin. He'll just clean this one up for a par. Ethan Anderson of JMU. From the rough. Oh, just off the top of the right-hand side. Didn't move much on him. Thought that would a little bit, but it didn't. So, Ethan Anderson, tap in par. Not too much to be upset about there. Here's Drew Carlin. And Carson Eric last to play. Eric, the Massachusetts junior champ from 2013. Good luck here to get this cleaned up. Oof. Just over the top left of it. A tap in, and he and Coach Tommy Hunter will walk on here from 14. Georgetown know that they can win competitive events, and this one just misses on the outside. Tricky one for him. As we continue here over on 14. All right, back over to Sara Diaz on 13.
Hole number 13. We're at the tee watching Lucas Rizzo Patron from University of Richmond tee off. We've got one ball just off the green, one in the sand. Let's see what Lucas does. This looks good, you guys, as long as it stays right up the pin. Oh, and this is long. Sit, sit. This is going to be challenging. We've seen balls get lost over there. And today we also saw an unplayable. If they get into those plants, it's hard to find. They can get lost in there. Okay, so this is the lefty from Richmond. Oh, he doesn't like it. He let us know. Yeah, off to the left. Carson Baez walking behind us, looking confident, smiling. Without a worry in the world. All right, this is our last group as they make their way to the third hole. Thank you for hanging out with us. We've been in and out all day long. Gotta give a shout out to the Denver boys who are producing us. All the way from Colorado. We got a crew on site as well. We are from all over, trying to bring the best of college golf to you. We're over at Mid Pines. Charming little town of Southern Pines, just minutes away from Pinehurst. This is actually one of 3 golf courses. So now I want to share with you guys an interview that I had with a lovely lady, Peg Burns. Let's go and watch it and see what you guys think. All right, everybody, Sara Diaz here with Peg Burns. Peg, we saw you do a dance move back at hole number 16 while you were trying to dodge a ball. What happened?
Yeah, that was called life preservation. The ball was coming at us, and we can't see it coming at you. And you just are guessing, and it landed to my left, went behind me, ricocheted off a tree, and then went into almost into the fairway. So, but yeah, you take your life in your hands with some of these drives, for sure.
We appreciate you being a survivor out here. You are one of the volunteers, one of the spotters. Why are you doing this?
Love golf, and I want to be here for the kids. Want anywhere between this, U.S. Open, Donald Ross Jr., U.S. Kids. You're on a golf course.
That's right.
On a beautiful, beautiful day. What could be better?
Well, Peg, we appreciate you risking your life for the young men. Be on the lookout for Peg, but do not hit her. She is not a target.
Please don't hit me.
Wasn't she lovely? We've been making all kinds of dance moves over here on hole number 13. We've got Vaclav Tichy from JMU in the sand. He's a senior from the Czech Republic. The other guys making their way to their ball. Peg Burns and all the volunteers have been a great help at this tournament. They're not getting paid to do this. They're out here voluntarily. Let's watch Vaclav Tichy. Nice slide. This is a long sand shot, and that needs to stop right there. Oh, sit. Beautifully done. Well done for the senior Tichy. I hope that's the right pronunciation. From Czech Republic. Head coach Carter Chevis leading the team of JMU. All right, so we've got the two guys in red currently in trouble, but first we'll go to Nick. Let's see what's going on with my partner.
All right, back with you here over on number 14, and just a few groups left to come through here on our broadcast window on Babygrande Golf. It's so great to have you along today from Mid-Pines for round 2 action. We want to remind you that we pick up coverage again tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. We'll have final round coverage for you. We'll have coverage from a hole, and then we'll also be following along for that final lead group as we crown a champion at the 2026 Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate from Mid-Pines here in Pinehurst, as Babygrande continues to be the leader in broadcasting for collegiate, amateur, and junior golf. And this is the group of Quinn Poland of the University of Richmond, Alex Seaball of James Madison, Drew Schoenberg of Georgetown, and Joseph Dolezal of St. John's University. A couple of real good shots here into this green, as all 4 of them have found a way to this green. And we'll catch you up on the putts in just a moment. But first, back to Sara Diaz on 13.
All right, University of Richmond on the left-hand side of the green. This needs to be a high shot. Hopefully able to stop it right there. All right. Really the first ball that we see spin on this screen. That was Lucas Rizzo Patron. What a great last name. That's hyphenated. Rizzo Patron. All right, St. John's University had a difficult shot from the native plants, unable to get on the green. So this is going to be for par. You know, the thing is with the sand bunkers on the right-hand side of the green, players try to avoid it. So they tend to flirt with the left side of the green and back. This is Georgetown, CJ. All right, CJ was doing very well yesterday, leading the tournament. That was for Birdie. He's going to go ahead and mark this. Now it's Eli. Eli Weidman. Come on, come on, come on. All right. Unable to get the 3 on this par 3. The 4 is not bad. That's what the boys told me yesterday. All the guys that I met during the interviews, they said, you know what? Not bad to get a 4 here. Yesterday, it played as the toughest hole. Average score 3.4. Saw plenty of doubles, a lot of bogeys. very few birdies. This is Lucas. Trying to save his par. Come on. Just barely off. Let's go to hole number 14.
Back on 14, and it is the second to last group to come through this par 4. Carson Baez in this group, and getting ready to putt next is Michael Hake of James Madison. This one's going to curve just a little to the left, but needed a little bit more. So it'll be a tap in here. Now just clean this one up for a par. Michael Hake of JMU with a 4. Matthew DeFleury looking for his birdie, and that one comes up just a little on the left. In a hurry, too. And just tap this one in for a 4. Carson Baez, sophomore out of Davenport, Florida. The sophomore ended fall with a 71.67 career stroke average, the lowest in program history. Second on the team with a 71.93 this fall. Tied for the most top 10 finishes and top 20 finishes. 4 has this for a birdie here on 14. This is Carson Baez. Just a good opportunity. Baez with a good chance at it, so he's just going to have to tap this one in for a par, but he's going to mark it first and take a good look at it for a second. Barnes Blake of Georgetown last to play. Tap in 4 for Georgetown, and that leaves Carson Baez to clean it up. Carson Baez sitting at 4 under. Currently tied for 5th. Just 3 back, has this for par. All day long for Carson Baez, and a good one for him here on this 14th A nice one for Bias and a wave to the camera with a 4 here on 14. Let's take a look at the individual leaderboard right now as we are coming to the conclusion of our coverage here of round number 2. Pedro Garcia of Bowling Green, the leader in the clubhouse. He is currently sitting at 7 under, 4 under on round 1, 3 under on round number 2. Anders Larson of Eastern Kentucky currently sitting at 6 under, 4 under on round 1, 2 under today. He's got a little bit of golf left to play. Lucas Rizzo Patron currently at 6 under, and Tichy, Matheson, Baez, and Weidman all at 5 and 4 under. And in terms of the team score, it's Richmond leading the way at 12 under, 2 under on the day, but still buoyed by their 10 under from yesterday. George Washington at 3 under on round 1, 5 under today for an 8 under, currently good for second. James Madison in third at 6 under, and St. John's sitting at 4th in 4 under as round number 2 is nearing its completion here on a beautiful day in North Carolina, a virtually cloudless day. Saw temperatures get up into the mid to high 80s and perfect weather if you're in the shade. However, for myself and my cameraman, Stan Gilliland, cooked today. And it's his fault for forgetting the sunscreen. It'll come out of his pay. All right, that shot just comes up a little bit on that left-hand side on the top of the hill, and that's a tricky one there. You're going to not want that shot. I hate to say it, but when you get up on the top of that hill, you find yourself in a tough little spot. That's Vaclav Tichy up on the top left there. He'll be in a tricky position. Have to find a way to get that up and down. You might want to putt that. This is Eli Weidman of St. John's University. Weidman will come up short on that Donald Ross false front and roll it down to the front. Doesn't like that. Got a tricky little chip there for his third. Lucas Rizzo Patron, University of Richmond. High up in the individual standings, hits this one fat, comes out of it. Left hand off the club. This will also catch that false front, and bye-bye. See ya. That'll roll down that false front just a bit right there, so tricky shot. And one more. CJ Winchenbaugh, the individual leader coming into today at 6 under, has fallen back just a few shots. What a good opportunity here. He is in position A on the left side of the fairway for Georgetown. Let's see what CJ can do. Takes an aggressive line right at the pin. Spin back. It didn't spin, but a great shot by CJ Winchenbaugh. And he has played this golf course beautifully now for 2.5 days as these players make their way up to the 14 green. Let's take one more look at it from above. Well shot. Flirts the trees, lands it perfectly. Thought he'd get a little bit more spin there, but you can't argue with that shot. Well done. Absolutely beautiful. All right, as they get set for the putts, let's take another look at this beautiful 14th from above and a flyover.
The 14th hole is a beautifully balanced par 4 measuring 361 yards that highlights the natural contours of the property. The tee shots play into a fairway that subtly bends through the landscape, encouraging players to find the proper angle into the green. The approach leads to a Ross green, protected by bunkers and surrounding slopes that repel slightly mishit shots. It's a hole that rewards precision and thoughtful shot selection.
Saucy chip. And that's exactly what you need if you want to be in contention here on this hole. And if you leave it below, that's sort of your only option. So nicely done. Puts yourself in a good position to save a par here. And Eli Weidman with a beauty from St. John's University, New York, trying to give himself a chance at one. So he'll throw a quick mark on that one. One more look at this chip after his second shot rolled off the front. All right, it's going to be a very tough one from above. This is JMU's Vaclav Tichy. Well, that's about as good as you can do with that, truthfully. I mean, you could have got it downhill maybe a little bit more, but that's a very, very difficult situation to be in when you're up top like that. And that's just a miss. You expect it to come down off of that hill, and it just doesn't every time. So now another victim of the false front. Lucas Rizzo Patron will be next to play it. His second shot came up a little bit short, so just has to find a way to sort of roll this one up and over that false front ridge and down to the left to right of the hole location. Might be a little too much pace there. Oh no, he's actually hit that perfectly. Wow, what a beautiful putt. I thought he absolutely blasted it, but It found breaks in the shade and will just sit to the left of the pin. He'll throw a mark on it and a beautiful look at par. So everybody putting for par. One more look at this tough one. And a near miss there after a well-judged putt. This golf course will play tougher tomorrow. Pins will be tucked, especially on 18. Can't wait to show you that. All right, another putt at it here. CJ Winchenbaugh looking for a birdie here on 14. He can make this putt. The leader after round 1 is back 2. He knew he missed it right away, so a tap in par, not a problem. A lot of golf left for him to play. 4 more holes to get himself back into a decent spot. After a tough come down off the top of that hill, has this for par. Oh, just around the rim, so a tap-in bogey for JMU. One more look at this one as it just goes around the rim of the cup. So Rizzo Patron to clean up his par. Par and a bogey so far here on 14 in this group. This is Rizzo Patron for a 4. Tapped in there, nice and easy, no problem, and 1 putt to go. This will be Eli Weinman of St. John's. This to clean up his par. Oh, goodness. All around good shot there. As he put that one right around the entire edge. Nicely done by him, and a sweaty one as he walks off. And we take a look at the leaderboards after this quick replay to show you just how great of an all-around shot that was. Oh, goodness. All right, and as our broadcast coverage for round number 2 comes to a conclusion, let's take one more look at the leaderboard. It's Pedro Garcia out of Bowling Green, still in the lead. He's in the clubhouse at 7 under. Anders Larson currently sitting at 6 under from Eastern Kentucky in second place after a 2 under day for him. Lucas Rizzo Patron at 5 under, even here on round number 2 through 13. And Matheson, Ekchenlob, and Baez all sitting tied for 4th at 4 under. On the team side, well, let's take a look at that. It hasn't changed too much between the top three teams, and we're not surprised. Richmond, George Washington, James Madison all battling it out, but St. John's in the mix as well. Richmond currently sitting at 11 under. They've got some golf left to play and could expand upon that lead. George Washington at 9 under, just a few holes left for them to play. James Madison at 4 under, and St. John's currently sitting at 3 under, all with just a little bit of golf left to play here at Mid Pines in Pinehurst, North Carolina. Well, thanks so much for being with us today here on Babygrande. I'm Nick Gismondi, coming to you one more time here from 14 Green. Absolutely phenomenal day. The weather could not be more perfect. It was a scoreable golf course today in terms of conditions, but when the weather is this good, you know they're going to make the pins tougher, and everything was tucked today, and we certainly saw that affect the scores. Make sure you're staying with us on Babygrande. We've got more social updates coming for you. Of course, all of our features, tons of interviews from CJ Winchenbaugh and Sara Diaz that occurred over the last few days will be there, and we will be with you tomorrow starting at 11 a.m. Eastern Time for final round coverage. We'll have some featured hole coverage for you, but then we'll be following the leaders all the way into that historic 18th here at Mid Pines. We can't thank you enough for being with us. Make sure you're subscribing, make sure you're following, and we certainly appreciate all your support as Babygrande Golf continues to grow the game one tournament at a time, day by day. Cannot thank you enough. For our entire crew here from Pinehurst, North Carolina, and everybody back in the studio, our biggest and most thoughtful gratitude to all of you. And thanks again for watching. For Sara Diaz and CJ Winchenbaugh, I'm Nick Gismondi. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow for final round coverage of the 2026 Babygrande Donald Ross Collegiate from Mid Pines in the cradle of American golf, Pinehurst, North Carolina.